Okay, let's see if this solves the problem. Previously, you could place... You could essentially, well... You could place constructs so close to the edge of the sphere of influence that it essentially counted as them being outside of the sphere of influence, and then you couldn't interact with them anymore. Oh, I'm running in YYC mode. I should be in VM. This is gonna take a minute. All I've done is subtract 1 from the sphere radius. I mean, the sphere radius is the same, but when performing these checks... So, you shouldn't be able to place... The thing is, how far in do we need to bring it? Some of the objects, like the tents, are quite large. Oh, the problem with this is the tents are pre-built in test mode. God damn it. I can probably disable that. I can at least take a drum and like... See, I can't... I can't pick it up, even though it's clearly inside of the sphere. The sphere of influence. But wait a minute. That's picking it up. That's not placing it down. That's actually different. There's probably some other check involved in that process. Global left pressed. It's only campfires and drums that you can really do that with. This distance, what is this? How does any of this work again? This is some pretty horrendous code in here. That's a good question. How does any of this work? There's got to be some sort of a... What if I just look for sphere range somewhere in here? What is this? Oh, it's handled at this point, I see. Very cool. Notice how none of this code is commented. What am I, insane? Yes, yes I am. Clearly. Completely insane. Only these ones. Oh, I see. Yeah, of course. Sphere range. So... I believe I'm checking that the center of the object. You know what's crazy? I'm doing all of this stuff to find the center of the obelisk when we could just use global camp X and camp Y. And it's exactly the same thing, but stored in a variable. I should change all of this. I should change all this. First, let's get it working. Well, so I mean, the thing is, I don't want to make any modifications to this, or do I? True. We could expand the area in which you can pick the stuff up again, just so that you can grab it from outside of the sphere. Oh, interesting idea, actually. What if I undo this? And then actually increase this one. How many of these are in here? That's what I want to know. Whoa. Literally just these two. That makes life easy, doesn't it? So if I increase this by 1, perhaps that actually has a better effect than restricting the area in which you can place the constructs. Instead, we increase the area in which you can pick them up. I'm still in YYC mode. Fuck. Clearly I'm not fully awake yet. Can't remember what I'm doing. There's a really fat seagull on the roof. It sounds like it's going to fall through the ceiling any minute now. Well, yeah, I don't really need to start in test mode. It doesn't actually help me. But then, yeah, the handling is... I think no, is the handling different for the tents? And maybe not. Maybe not. Actually, I think it still works on the same thing, which is really nice because we have this one sort of bottleneck where I can... Oh. What the hell? Now I can't pick them up at all. What? I obviously don't understand how this works. What is this? Point distance isometric, yeah. Less than... or equal to sphere range. How would increasing the sphere range here prevent you from picking them up at all? I balk something up when I was changing this stuff? No, that can't be it. This is really strange. Okay, well, it's working again now. That's a good sign. I really don't understand. It's basically as long as the distance between the obelisk and the thing that you're picking up is less than the distance between the obelisk and the edge of the sphere. You would think if you increased this value, you'd still be able to pick stuff up. Plus 1 times cell width. Oh. Oh. There we go. It was doing sphere range plus 1 times by cell width. Okay. Which would have been a distance of 62 pixels, which, yeah, as you can imagine, we were not within 62 pixels of the obelisk. Of the center of the obelisk, no less. Well, let me place it there because it's a mushroom. Curse you, mushroom. Oh, I can... what? Okay. Well, I think I'd say clearly it's kind of working, because I wouldn't have been able to pick that up before. I can pick it up now. That's great. Okay, problem solved. Nice. Ideally I want to check that it's possible for the tents as well. Okay, I can check that fairly easily by doing this. Just want to build a tent as close to the edge of camp as possible. Now, it may still not work with the tents. And that... well, we'll see, we'll see. Because don't really want to go much further than this. Otherwise, you'll be able to, like, grab stuff from just outside the sphere. Which is not what we want. That's as... wait, I'm not actually sure. I'm gonna, like... okay, let me move that tree. I think that's the problem. There we go, that's like as far on the edge of camp as I can possibly build it. And then if I get some power, can I still... yeah, I can still supply it with fur, so that's working. That's cool. Okay, that's really nice. Don't have to do any more work, and it's just working perfectly. Great. One simple change, just 2 lines of code. Oh yes, so everything where we're finding the center of the obelisk can actually just be based off of global camp X and camp Y, which is better than doing a bunch of math and looking up the offsets and everything, isn't it? And the width, etc. So, yeah. I can literally do a global find and replace for everything that says this, right? Obelisk.x minus x offset obelisk mask index plus sprite get width obelisk mask index divided by 2. I do global find and replace. How many of those are there? Jesus, quite a few. Okay. And some of them might even be written differently. Pretty sure that's it. Just want to confirm that really is it. Yep, global camp X, excuse me. And then all of these ones. Obelisk Y, mask index divided by 2. Wait a second. There we go. Global.camp Y. Yes. There we go. Okay, why did these ones not get replaced? What's different about these? I'm slightly scared that I messed something up in the process there, but it's fine. I can always roll it back. I'm just wondering why these ones didn't get changed. What's different about this? can't tell. What did I do? I messed something up. What's wrong with that? I'm missing the bracket on the end or something. Yeah, there's supposed to... Fuck, where is that? Oh god, that's really not good. I gotta undo the last one. This bracket is supposed to be there, isn't it? Shit. That's the problem. Oh crap. I'm just gonna roll it back. I've probably fucked up a bunch of stuff there. Discard file changes. I just discard all of these. Good job I didn't do too much stuff. Okay, we should be back to where we were, yeah. Okay, let's try and get it right this time. Again, I really don't know why this one is different, but... Okay. Okay, well that's quite a few of those replaced. I'm sure there's going to be more of them though. Seems like everything in this event has likely been updated nicely. I suppose this would be the most of it, really. Really? Really? Okay, well, we've got quite a few of those, don't we? That's just laziness is what that is. I mean, I can even remember thinking one day, this was like 2 years ago. I was like, one day I'll correct this. Today is that day. Because this is just using the origin point of the obelisk, of the instance of the obelisk. Which is actually kind of in the bottom left corner. It's not in the middle. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's also faster to use a global variable in this case than it is to look at the x variable on the obelisk object. So basically anything that's based on obelisk.x can be based on global camp.x as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure about that. What is this? What even is this? Oh, really? Oh, oh my god, yeah. So I have to be more careful in this case because sometimes I don't want to do... I don't want to take the camp X position and then apply these offsets to it. My god, man. Good god, man. Okay, it's pretty much just those, isn't it? Yep. Another sweet optimization. I'm a little bit scared of like doing all this stuff without first backing up, so I'm gonna back up. Fixed. What did I fix here? Fixed the something like unreachable objects on edge of sphere of influence, something like that. Oh my goodness. I'm scared. I'm pretty scared. Sure, it's fine. I don't think I've done anything game breaking. I really hope not. I'm pretty sure everything works still. Okay, I'm gonna commit. I'm gonna push. I think we're okay. Global find and replace is scary if you do that wrong. I mean, if you don't have version control, you're in a world of hurt if you fuck up a global find and replace. Okay. Here's another example. But this time, this is where I'm using sprite. I'm not using the function get sprite x offset or whatever. I'm just using obelisk dot sprite x offset. Point in rectangle. Okay, this is a case where I can use global camp x instead of obelisk.x, but it doesn't make a huge difference here. It is still better, I suppose, but I'm still going to look up the offset like that. I'm a bit less concerned about this one. Basically, I just want to be looking for any... Okay, we're pretty good in this event, looks like. These ones... Not this one. Basically just these two. Can use camp X, camp Y. In fact, that would be more accurate. Or would it? Raise a good point there. How is this even working? That's what I want to know. How does this even work? What is this for again? Miracle Forest, yeah. So wouldn't it be similar with like Miracle Mushroom, Miracle Firewood? What's going on with those ones? What is going on? Oh, because these ones don't have collision. They don't get added to the navigation grid, so they can't block anything. So we're really not concerned about them being placed in spots where they could block something, unlike the trees. But yeah, this is definitely A bit strange. It's, I'm gonna leave it for now, it's not a big deal. Okay, I don't know where any others might be off the top of my head. I'm sure there's probably a bunch in the spawn system, but that's something that only gets run once at the beginning of the game, but I suppose speeding up loading times is good too. But if I want to do true optimization right now, then I really want to be looking into the mushroom and log respawn code, probably. I'm just going to quickly do a test and make sure everything still works. Well, this all appears to be fine still. I suppose it's really the miracles that are important. I should have started in test mode to test those. Well, yeah, this seems fine, so that's good, I guess. Okay. Everything seems to be fine. Let's make a storm. Okay, nice. Well, I guess these can finally be deleted. They've been hanging around for well over a year. I don't use them. I might keep those just because it's interesting, but these ones can go. Maybe. It was kind of for like the demo mode, so that I mean, it's extremely rare that you would run a demo for so long that the tribe would expand, but it would like auto place huts, tents, as the tribe expanded. And it would handle for like increasing the area in which they could be placed to make sure there's enough room and stuff. It's not been used in ages, but... So this is the stuff that I really want to change, because we constantly have this running in the background. I mean, it's not going to affect performance that much, but there's no reason to be doing it that way. We're constantly running this to see if we need to respawn logs or respawn mushrooms. But we can just respawn them whenever one gets destroyed. We know if one gets destroyed, we need to replace it with another one. So, and this still uses collision ellipse, so I need to convert this from using collisions to using distance checks, because that's faster as well. And this is something I've been putting off forever. Same in the spawn system, actually. When it spawns all that stuff at the start of the game, it's still using collision checks there as well. Yes, technically mushrooms are not plants, but it's in the plant spawn script. Wow, this hasn't even been updated to... Well, I mean, do we even care? No. No, we don't care. You know, as long as it doesn't spawn them in forbidden cells, that's fine. And it only spawns them on grass and in the forest. Also fine. This is like preventing it from spawning them right next to a tree or right next to a bush. Why do we care about that? It wouldn't really matter if it was right next to a tree or a bush. Basically everything except this is completely pointless. Right? And we can also convert this to use, well, yeah, distance to object. No, not distance. Point distance isometric camp X and camp Y, because the obelisk is at the center of camp. So, what instance exists? Oh, okay. Don't spawn them on top of logs. That would make sense, actually. That one we should keep. Instance nearest, point distance, instance nearest. Interesting. Okay. Well, we could look that up as well. It's a little bit better than doing it twice if we look that up and store it in a variable. We don't need it here because we spawn logs before we spawn mushrooms, but when we're respawning, we should also make sure the logs don't spawn on top of mushrooms. Just to keep things spread out. I really don't know why we care about them being close to the trees or bushes. Maybe I was just thinking it would look nicer or something if there was a bit of distance between them. It does create more pathing opportunities. The more free space there is around something, the easier it is to path to. But we haven't really had any pathing issues like that in a long time. I wonder if GameMaker updated their pathfinding at some point and it got better. I'm not sure though. If the pathfinding's reliable enough, we could remove a lot of that stuff, like that goes around and scans for all of the available cells next to something and puts them in an array. And because then we, like, if we try and path to the first one and we fail, then we'll check the next one and the next one. If the pathfinding just works now, then we don't need to do that. I could add some debug message that tells me when pathing has failed, so I can see how frequently it's happening. I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Let's do this first. I mean, sure, I'll keep it for now. I'll keep it the way it is for now. Or do I really care that much? Am I just creating extra work for no reason? Pretty much. I'm pretty much just creating extra work for no reason, so let's get rid of these. And then let's do point distance isometric. This one can be point distance isometric. What does it take? Exactly the same. That's fine then. And then that will just let me just check what we're looking at here. Okay, yeah. So that will just make sure that mushrooms won't spawn right next to a log. It will spawn one tile away, would be the closest that it could spawn. And then we just want to do the same thing with camp X, camp Y, basically, except we want to use 30 as our value here. That's it, basically. Pretty easy. It's kind of crazy that I put this off for nearly 2 years because I was like too lazy to do it. It took 5 minutes. That's pretty funny. Okay, then there's this one. Okay, interesting. Right, because I guess a log could be sitting on top of a rock, but a mushroom couldn't really grow out of a rock. That makes sense, I suppose. Okay, that's the spawn system updated. Let's update. True, it would be faster to use a for loop than a while, because this one's constantly updating, using instance number, and instance number is slow. That's one thing I learned using the profiler. That's the whole reason that we switched over to using DS maps and, well, no, not DS maps. It's the whole reason that we made our own instance trackers. Basically have a global variable that tracks the number of logs instead of having to look up look up the number of logs every step with instance number, which is slow. I gotta grab something to drink. I'll be back in a sec. Okay, respawning logs. Oh no, first we want to switch this to a, let's make a for loop. There we go, and respawning. Same thing in here, basically. Oh, really? This one hasn't even been updated to use the new tiles. Holy crap. And I'm doing a lot of bit shifting in No, I'm not. I'm just doing it once. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just bring the whole thing across, to be honest with you. Wait a second, how is this working? This doesn't seem right. Tile map get. Oh, it's not get at pixel. Okay. No, that's fine then. And then we just use that for the actual spawn location in the end. Okay. And then I have some random roll. Let's see, do I have that in here? Yes. Boreal forest, temperate forest, tropical rainforest. So anything that's a forest has a greater chance of spawning. What is it? That would be grass. It has a lower chance of spawning logs on grass. A higher chance of spawning in the forest. Change that to actually say grass. It's a bit less confusing, isn't it? So I could just take this whole thing and copy it across there. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of bit shifting and stuff there for no reason, really. Definitely more efficient to do it this way. I'll get rid of these debug messages. But this one, okay, we'll have it. We'll get it in a second here. This one needs to avoid spawning logs on top of mushrooms as well. I think I'm missing a line there. Yeah, nearest log. We need that. And there's no preference with the mushrooms, it seems. You could actually give the mushrooms a preference to spawn in the grasslands as opposed to the forests, if you wanted to be a bit more realistic about it. But I don't think we need to do that, mainly for balance. Otherwise, the mushrooms are all going to be like, well, it depends which map you're in. But in the foresty maps, the mushrooms are all going to be around the edge of the map in the grassland areas. Probably be harder to reach, depending on what spawn you get, of course. I think we'll just keep it like this for now. Gotta be a bit careful there, because there does seem to be a nearest mushroom variable. Let's just call it nearest shroom in this case. Shroom. Oh, that's not right. What am I doing? What on earth am I doing? Oh. It is right. There we go. Okay, that's the respawn code updated. You know what would be, well, you can't really do that because they all have custom rules. I mean, it would be nice if we could have a function, like a respawn function, and you just pass in the type of object that you want to respawn. You could do that, and you could set up the custom rules for each type of object, and then run whichever rules you want based on the type of object that you're passing in. But this is good enough for now. Oh no, wait a minute. No, this is not what I'm actually want. This is not what I actually want to do, is it? So this is running in a while instance count mushroom is less than no shroom, the number of shrooms that should appear in this map. What we want to do is just run this once whenever a mushroom is destroyed, so that we're not constantly running this while check. Which isn't going to make a big difference to performance or anything, but it is an optimization, technically speaking. It is an optimization, so we would just take this. Failed attempts 0. What? Excuse me? We don't even use that for anything. Why is that there? So we would take this one and we would just put it inside of the cleanup event for the log. Funnily enough, we're not cleaning up in this case, we're actually creating something, but still I think the cleanup event is a good way to do this. Make those temporary variables because I don't think there is a spawn x and spawn y on this object. And that's it. So whenever a log gets destroyed, it will go through the spawn code and make another one. Pretty sweet. Why is this not formatted nicely? This one is. Alright, say goodbye to the old respawn code. And say hello to the create replacement mushroom code. What is this bracket here? I think that might be the bracket off of the while. There we go. How do we feel about the chance? It should probably be the same as the chance to spawn trees in the grassland. What is that? I think it's like 1 in 8 or something. Roll a d8. If I random 7 equals 7, something like that, let's see. Spawn trees. Spawn trees is like, yeah, exactly. Rolls a d8. So there's a 1 in 8 chance of spawning a tree in the grassland, but a 100% chance of spawning the tree in the forest. Really? Are you telling me we don't spawn any trees in the grassland in the open plains at all? I mean, I feel like you could have the occasional one, just make it very rare. I want to get rid of these. It's annoying me. So again, we would do, if this is a grass tile, else just spawn a tree. And then we have a random roll in here. Probably an even lower chance, like a D12 or something. D12. Something like that. Let's go take a look at it, I guess, and see what we see. Open plains. What about the savannah? Wait, has this code just like not been updated since the savannah was implemented or something? Wait, no, the savannah doesn't have any forest patches at all. Good God. Okay, so it just would respawn them normally. What about the trees? How do the trees work in the spawn system? Savannah just, yeah, they just spawn normally, like. I don't think it should be an else if, I think it should just be an else, right? So that any other map is covered without having to specify. So it's like if room is a forest, else if room is open plains, else swamp. What? Why is swamp in here? Swamp? I didn't think swamps had. Do swamps have forests? Well, I mean, yes. In real life, do my swamps have forests? I don't know. That would be pretty cool if they did. But then again, in swamps, like, the forest is in the water. You know? Pretty much. Rather than it being separate areas of swamp. Right. Yeah, there's clearly no foresty bits here. The whole thing is... I feel like this map needs more trees, though, to be truly swampy. Also, they're obviously the wrong type of trees for a swamp, but... You know... What are you gonna do? We'll get some sprites eventually. Oh shit, what? Grid's not set before reading it. Log? Oh. Interesting. Right, the logs are not aware of the MP grid, and probably the mushrooms aren't either. They just need to inherit the grid. Grab that from just about anywhere. Oh, the mushrooms are aware of the grid. The logs. Wait, what? The MP grid? What are you saying? What are you trying to tell me? Grid? It's right there. What are you talking about? Unknown object dot grid, not so. What? You're telling me this code here, this code right here, gets executed after the instance has been destroyed? Well, that complicates things considerably. The instance no longer exists, so we can't reference this variable. Thankfully, we do have a global grid variable. Do we have a global map ID? I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. I think the best option here would be to use globals, though. Do I have a global map ID? No, I have a local map ID. Should I just make a global map ID as well? Okay, what was I doing? I can't remember what I was doing. Something about the swamp, right? Yeah, why is the swamp included in here? Grass. Oh, that would explain why there isn't enough trees in the swamp, because half of them are probably not even getting spawned. I just need to remove this from here, so that we spawn trees normally in the swamp. Now there's probably going to be tons of trees in the swamp. That was weird. And then I think I changed the other one already. Oh, that's what I'm looking at. Wait, what is this? Is this bushes? Oh, this is bushes. What's the half of your bushes wouldn't even be? Oh, is this the instance number? Huh. Oh, interesting. I actually need to use instance number in this case. Or do I? No, I don't. Aha. Well, you know what? I'm going to go through right from the beginning of the spawn system. Well, some of the... I don't know. It's only the ones that have a chance to fail, to not spawn, where it really matters, but these are all using for loops, not whiles, okay. Constructs. Plants next? I forget what order it goes in. No, I think it goes animals next? No. I don't know. Plants. This is probably the only one, but I'm going to look at all of them and then do global instance count tree. Global instance count bush. Ah, these ones have a chance to fail. Why am I doing this? Oh, that's why it was a while. And this is one of those cases where I think I'm doing a good thing, but there was a reason that it was done the way that it was done. But it's fine. We can use a while with an instance count. The slow part was not the while. The slow part was the instance number. This one doesn't have a chance to fail. So it's fine. Probably exactly the same. Using a 4 as a while in this case. Yeah, okay. Oh, don't forget to check the rest of the spawn system. See how I'm doing things. Plants, predators. These are all probably just for loops. Scripts are weird, man. I'm not even defining these temporary variables, but they still work. I don't know how or why, but they do. That's it. Okay. So we should have all of the trees in the swamps now, and the correct number of bushes should be spawning. Something like that. I don't know, my brain is barely functioning today. Let's have a look at the swamp. All of the calories have been diverted into recovering from yesterday's workout. I have 0 brain activity today. Okay, is there more trees now? I don't know, it looks like the same amount of trees to me. I feel like this map needs more trees. Don't you think this map needs more trees? It needs more trees, doesn't it? Oh, don't tell me. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. We obviously can't respawn the logs in the frickin'... Okay. We can't respawn logs in the cleanup event, clearly. Or mushrooms. It's... You know, I thought this would fix it, but it freezes the game. Oh my god. Okay. So we need to find the point at which the log is destroyed and do it there. Well, it's probably going to be an instance destroy target, so I should be looking at state firewood and state firewood downtime. Waypoint. Oh, state gather and state gather downtime. Gather. Instance destroy target, add firewood to your inventory, blah blah blah. This is where we want to, this is where it would be really nice to have it in a function instead of, I'm going to put it in a function. Let's do it. Let's make a new category. New category. Respawn. Okay, we have our new functions. So we simply need to say when we destroy the old log, and then we do respawn log. And then, oh, don't forget about the other one, gathering in downtime. And then we've got state pick shroom. Oh god. State pick shroom. And here we do respawn mushroom. Yay. The game's not going to crash on quit. We hope. Hopefully. Oh, I was supposed to be increasing the number of trees in the swamp, wasn't I? Let's increase the number of trees in the swamp. $400. Get out of here. We need at least 600 trees in this swamp. Alright, alright. We're in a pretty good spot. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's looking a lot more swampy to me, even though they're the wrong type of trees. It's pretty good. And the other one I wanted to check on was the open plains, right? Something about the trees. We're making it so there's a small chance to spawn trees in the plains as opposed to the small patches of forest that appear in the map. I think just the occasional, just a very occasional tree. It should be quite rare. There'll probably be too many trees in the plains. At this point, I might need to lower the chance of the tree spawning on the grass tiles. Yeah, it's a little bit extreme still. I'd say like a 1 in like a 5% chance, you know, 1 in 20. Let's roll a d20 and on a 0 we'll spawn a tree. Problem is it's spread them out so much as well that there's like barely any trees on the actual forest patches, although there's not many. Squeeze me? What did I press? How did I do that? Like paused the game somehow? What the hell? Pressed control, I think. If I press control, what is it? I press escape and then press shift? No? Shift and control? What's going on? How did I do that? Oh.
Toasty!
Oh. Oh, it's a bot. So what seems to happen is if I press escape and then press escape again and then press no, the game is paused for some reason. Huh. Okay, 1 second. What am I looking for? Not sprites. Scripts. Okay, that is weird. I've never noticed that before. I think if you press escape again, it should close the prompt, right? Probably what it should do. That's gonna be in either in the pause object or the menu object, one of those two. Okay, if you press escape and confirm quit is true. It's gonna pause the game. Why? What? Pause the game when the escape key is pressed. Whereabouts does confirm quit get set to true? Right there, apparently. It's weird because I've got like 2 escape checks in 2 different places. So this one makes you like deselect whatever build object you have selected, or yeah, that's pretty much it. Or drop whatever you're holding, or it sets confirm quit to true, disables the pause message if the pause message is displayed. And if why am I even doing a keyboard check here? Shouldn't this just happen if confirm quit is true? If confirm quit is true, then we want to pause the game, right? But now it's like it would be doing that all the time, not only when you press escape. I could see that potentially being an issue. Well, this is not the thing that draws the message, is it? I don't think so. I think that's in the GUI object. This is just the thing that pauses. I don't think this check needs to be here at all. And then the GUI object. Where is it? Oh. Confirm quit true draws this, yeah. If you press escape, it's going to pause the game. And it sets confirm quit to true. And then this draws the confirm quit message on screen. I think if you... I think if you press escape again, it should close the confirm quit window. Which we could just add to this bit. If it's... If pause is false, we're going to pause the game. And set pause to true. I don't know what this is pause means. Ah. Okay, it's checking that stuff. Oh, right. His pause is true. So that's if you already had the game paused, I see. Okay, I don't really see how you would do this. Oh, let's at least confirm what changes I've made here already. Whether it still works, whether it still... I mean, it shouldn't do the pausing thing when you press escape again. Right, because I can just press escape again, and then it's like, oh, well, pause is true the second time. Post draw. I wonder if this happens after the step event, probably. It seems kind of odd to have these split into two different places, but Okay. I mean, obviously that was getting set to true before we ran this code. But it seems like a... Ah, it's not a redundant check. I see. Yeah, because you can just press escape again and run this code again. Interesting. Well, we could we can move this. Yeah, we can move this into this one. So if pause is true when you hit escape and bring up the confirm quit menu, then is pause is true. And then I could hit escape again here and not cause that to get set. So yeah, that's good. And I personally feel like I would like it so that menu closes again if you press escape again. It would make the most sense to me. That's not so easy to do precisely because it's split like this. Or we can... How do you unpause again? This one. I think that just toggles it, right? If you do not global.confirm quit. I think it works. I don't know. Let's try it. Fuck. It's pausing when I don't want it to. I don't want you to pause. Oh, it's fine if I press N. Weirdly, pressing escape a second time still has the same effect. Okay. Well, of course pause is true because I'm setting it to true right there. That's the problem with it. God damn it. But I mean, I don't need to set pause to true, actually. This is confusing. I mean, we can do the pause without setting pause to true. And then when we press escape again, and we toggle confirm quit to false again, and then we do is pause false. Oh, okay. So I think that might just work. Confirm quit has to be false and pause has to be true to set is pause. Is that correct? You gotta be shitting me. Why? I'm gonna roll it back. Okay, if I can at least prevent it from pausing the game when you press escape again, that's good enough for now. I can't figure out how to get it to close the prompt. Isn't this going to have exactly the same problem? Pause equals... No, pause equals true. So if the game is paused when I... I can't even remember how I did this now. I mean, if I just don't set pause to true in here, that kind of fixes it, right? I think that might be the key to it. Possibly even getting it to where I can press escape again to close the prompt. I mean, it's just weird that it runs that stuff at all. Yeah, it's weird. Whoa. What the fuck? Oh my god, okay. Clearly, is pause being true is actually very important. I mean, sorry, pause being true. That just breaks everything. Interesting, okay. So, yeah, I don't know what to do. It's just weird that when the prompt is open and I press escape, all of this gets executed again. Anyway. Like, I mean, surface draw. There is some draw events in here, so I can't put them in here. But I could put this stuff in here, I guess. I think so. I think I could put all of this in here, so I could combine them together. Actually, that's gonna help a lot. And then I can say confirm quit has to be false to do any of this stuff. Yeah. That makes life a lot easier. Demo false. Instance does not exist object loader. I mean, it would be smart to be doing those checks here anyway. SC drop ID. I mean, I guess the code's got to be run somewhere. Just gonna keep that for the time being in case I quickly need to revert. Okay, like this. So, key press escape, demo is false. Instance noise, confirm quit is false. Then we go through all the stuff, and then we're like, confirm quit true. Wait, why are we setting pause message to false? Oh, we have to, yeah. And then pause equals false, pause equals true, else is pause equals true. We were already paused if pause was true, and we just set is pause so that it is still paused when you close the prompt because it was paused before you opened it. And then if I press escape again, confirm quit is now true, so none of this code will be executed. I don't know, let's see if it works, see where we're at. Oh, I've got to disable the other one. Oh, I gotta charge my phone. Hey. So we got it to where pressing escape twice doesn't pause the game. I also can't pause whilst that prompt is open, but if I pause before I open that prompt and press no, it returns to being paused. So we just want it so if you press escape a second time, then you close the prompt again. Well, it would be the same as this one. So I could just add an additional check to this. Or keyboard, press escape. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Okay. Press escape. Doesn't work at all now. Great. Okay. Nice. Can't even quit the game. I don't know, man. I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back. Yeah, we can't do that because it's in the same event. Okay, I think that's how it can be done. Like, moving this in here. Jesus Christ. And then you put an else on there. So it's like if confirm quit is false, we do all this stuff. Else, if you pressed escape and confirm quit is true, then we want to do all of this just as if we were pressing N, basically. Like that. I think that's right. Just gonna grab a drink. Escape. Escape again. There you go. Pause, escape, escape again, unpause. Beautiful. Pause, escape, no. Unpause, escape, no. Escape, 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 escape. Oh yeah, there we go. That's good. Good controls. What was I doing before I got distracted by the prompt? I don't know. I don't know. I have the memory of a goldfish today. I'm completely fried. Let's look at the source tree thing. I can see which files I was working on. Define rooms, spawn plants. So I made some. Okay. So I did the respawn updated log slash mushroom respawn code and it's like oh, we still haven't tested that. Wait, let's test that before I push this build. How are the open planes looking now? Be pretty good. We were rolling a D12 before. 1 in 12 chance. Now it's a 1 in 20 chance to spawn trees on the grass. Meep, 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 meep. That's still too many trees on the grass, I would say. It needs to be like a 1 in 100 chance, basically. We want all of the trees to be confined to these little foresty patches. Okay. Maybe the savanna should be the same. The savanna right now is just like big open plains, very sparse trees. Maybe it should have some little foresty patches similar to this, but just in a different climate. Oh yeah, that looks better. Just a very occasional tree outside of those areas. That's pretty good, I would say. Okay. Updated plant spawn code. Updated confirm quit prompt behavior. All right, some good changes there. Okay. Okay. All right. Wonder if maybe I should throw some food in the oven now so it'll be ready in like half an hour. Probably. If I'm having that thought now, it probably means I'll be hungry then. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. I'm gonna go throw something in the oven. I'll be back in just a sec. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, yep. Let's check the to-do list. We've done that. Wait, the hidden fawns aren't stealthed? Oh. Okay. I want to look into that. Yeah, there was that weird pathing bug yesterday, and I don't know what that was all about. It was very strange. Oh, that's a nice optimization. Maybe we could do that next. Running transparency code. Nope. Running target relocation inside of relevant states. Like, so only running that inside of the states that need it. Would be a good idea. Because sometimes right now we're just running it for no reason at all. It only needs to be run in states where they would be targeting something that could move. There's a couple of states that don't even have a target. And then there's plenty of states that target things that don't move. Not quite sure why that is inside of the state. I thought it should be something that runs kind of independently of states. Maybe not. What's it supposed to be? I can't remember if it's supposed to be 19 or 20. What would be a good example? Twenty 21. Whoa. Okay. I guess 20 then. It's like a score, yeah. They don't really have a wisdom score less than 1, so. Currently I'm setting it to 21 because we want a guaranteed success, I think. So the hunters are actually making stealth checks when they're stalking. They automatically succeed when hunting. And I'm not resetting it to 0 in idle. It's the easiest way to do it, but we just gotta check something. Yeah, it's in there. It's probably not up to date for the animal code. Automatically succeed on hunt, and that's not being reset. This one is, but several other ways they seem to be able to leave this state, so. The easier thing to do, and it's probably what I should do just for my own sanity, is to remove these ones actually and just re-enable the one. Right. Well, you come out of stealth when you shoot an arrow, I see. Yeah. That would be the one that we actually need. Well, you wouldn't even be in stealth when you're defending, so we don't need that one. And you can just re-enable this. Seems like these all have their stealth checks. That's nice. Oh. What? That's not right. That is not right. Might explain some of the weird behavior, maybe. Stalking. Hunting is an auto success. Shouldn't that be 0? I'm kind of thinking, well, it's like, it seems like I've already got it set up mostly, so why not just keep it? I don't know why this has been getting set to 21 the whole time. I mean, when they pounce, they're clearly coming out of stealth. They're being pretty aggressive. Boxes have auto success in stock. Oh no. That's not what this is. Still, it was auto success in pounds. Yeah, the way it works right now is like when they're hunting, they automatically succeed their stealth check. When they actually start stalking, like when they start sneaking up on something, that's when they like roll a stealth check. See if they can successfully sneak up on it without spooking it. And then when the hunters shoot an arrow, they come out of stealth. When the animals pounce, they come out of stealth, although that's not how it was working previously. So there'll be a little bit more chance, possibly, maybe not, we'll see. There might be a little bit more chance for the animals to react when being hunted by predators and getting pounced. Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, maybe the chain pouncing isn't a good thing. The chain stalking, perhaps. Maybe not even the chain stalking. Maybe none of that's good. Hmm. I'm gonna make a note about it. Kind of see a potential issue there where, you know, because you got like a pack of 9 wolves, right? And they're hunting, and then one of them spots something and starts sneaking up on it. And that makes them all start sneaking up on it, which means all 9 wolves have to make stealth checks at that point. It's likely that they're gonna at least one of them is gonna fail their stealth check and spook the damn thing, right? We just kind of have to see if they're still capable of hunting without any issues. Oh, interesting, that's the only one. These guys. Wait, what about, oh, did I forget to do the other ones? State. Hidden. Yeah, returning to idle from hidden. Rabbits don't do any stealthing. No stealthing at all. Okay, well that's all up to date. Let's check. Damn it. There are no wolves on Beginner Island. Okay. So let's see how our wolves do at hunting. I've set them all to be hungry, so they'll go hunting on night 1. They're all quite close to the humans, so there's a good chance they'll just start attacking the humans, but let's see. Oh, wow. No, they spooked him. Oh my god, now they're fighting the other wolves. Okay, so I can see the problem here. This is obviously why I made them automatically succeed their stealth check when pouncing. Otherwise, they just spook everything. I mean, they already rolled a stealth check when stalking. Right, they shouldn't be rolling another one. They should keep their previous stealth check. Right. Stealth 0. Yeah. They're kind of forced to roll 1. They're going directly into that state, but typically they're going from the stalking state into the pouncing state. So just remove that one so that they keep their previous stealth score. Right. But yeah, the chain pulling might not be good. I don't know. I mean, the idea is that they're working together, right? They're hunting in a pack. But it's kind of working to their detriment, really. The disadvantage. The more wolves there are, the less chance they have of being stealthy. The more wolves there are, the more chance there is of just scaring the thing away. I don't know, let's give it another test. We'll see. Oh yeah, they spooked him alright. They spooked him big time. Yeah. They're really going to have a hard time hunting anything now. Without just scaring them off. Yeah. But then again, that might not be from the pouncing. That might be because in a large group, they all have to make stealth checks when they start stalking, right? Yeah, okay, they're doing okay. They're not doing too bad. Got some kills. These guys are struggling a bit. What are they even doing? They scared everything off. Oh my god, this bear is attacking the wolves. What the hell? Holy shit, that was brutal. These guys are just being bad at hunting now. Come on guys, you can do it. I believe in you. Maybe not. Okay, so, well, they seem to be okay at hunting still. Not too bad. These guys became the hunted. The hunter became the hunted. Alright, well, I guess it's okay. We'll keep an eye on it. Definitely needs more testing. But that's cool. So now the deer, you know, they will hide their fawns, right? That's what does do. They hide their fawns. but we weren't actually doing the stealth check for them. So the fawns now just get a stealth score of 20 when, which is really helpful actually. I mean, I've been thinking like, I mean, the problem is when the doe gets killed before the fawn reaches maturity, and then the doe dies because the fawn dies because the doe can't, isn't there to take care of it. That's the problem. But I mean, it helps a little bit because when the fawns are hidden, nobody is going to be able to see them, essentially. So none of the other creatures can hunt them or anything when they're hidden. But if their mum gets killed, they will still die. That's the thing. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Okay, well that's good stuff though. That's all the stealth stuff done. Where was that? There it is. Okay, that's done. Okay, and yeah, oh, don't let me forget to set their hunger back to 100. That would not be good. There we go. Okay, and then like I was saying, so running the target relocation script only in states that require it, instead of running it all the time, would be a nice optimization. It's always good to not do things when you don't need to do them. There it is. So we even have some checks, additional checks going on here, like should we be running this or not? It doesn't cover all of the bases still. What we should be doing is just putting this inside of the states that need it, pretty much. So I've got to go through all the states and add it to the ones that need target relocation. Drink from stream. Did I collapse something or? Wait, isn't burning? Oh no, this isn't. Yeah, my bad. Drink from stream, drink, eat, shroom, pick shroom, trip, shelter. See, none of these even need it. Sheltering, shade, cooling, warming inside, warming, sleeping. Crash, minding, birth, labor, birth, no hut, fetch water. Oh my god. Oh, my food's ready. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this after the break. I'm gonna grab something to eat, and I'll see you in a bit. Peace out. Okay, I made it. I'm stuffed. I'm ready to go. We are right in the process of transferring the target relocation script into the States. Which I think is actually going to be well, I don't know if it's really going to improve performance that much, but I can tell you we're running it a hell of a lot of the time when we don't need to. So it just feels pretty nice to think that I'll be disabling it. Or essentially only running it when we need to run it. Here we go. This is one. I guess I just put it at the start here. Actually, I should probably put it after this one, because that might just be returning us to idle anyway. It needs to go before path position 1. It's going to be probably basically the same for all of them. That'll be a good place to put it. Harvesting, cooking, warming, worshipping, praying. Well, it's amazing how few of these actually need it. And I've been running it constantly. Shrine, unlock, defend. That one needs it. Yep. We'll just put it right there. Reposition combat. Attack. Yes, indeedy. Should the action timer be reset if your target moves? Probably not. Probably not. Fleeing. Now fleeing, you can be either fleeing to the guard or fleeing to a waypoint. So we kinda have to do it. I never really thought about that, but if they're fleeing to a guard and they reach path position 1, they're still going to create a new waypoint. That is strange. Kind of good. Maybe it's kind of good, actually. They're running away. They reach the guard for some help. And then they like keep running away, but away from the thing that was chasing them. And hopefully the guard is now dealing with it, but there's no guarantee that the guard is actually dealing with it. That's true. Huh. Yeah, I never really thought about that. But then we have this immediately afterwards. This doesn't seem good. I'm not quite sure how I should handle this. Either way, I'm going to put this here. We could only run target relocation if you're targeting a guard, not if you're targeting a waypoint. If we wanted to. And if you're targeting a guard, we could just sort of do nothing. Update to nearest guard of being target. Danger is not targeting me. Yeah, actually we could do like... Whoop. Well, that doesn't make sense. We could do that. So if you're targeting a waypoint and you reach your destination, we'll destroy the waypoint, create a new waypoint, target that waypoint, and run pathing. Else, we'll run target relocation because we know you're targeting a guard. If the guard ceases to exist, or if you're no longer being targeted, then you will switch to a waypoint. Not doing the instance exist check there. Obviously, it's not been causing any issues, but it's always good to do so. Better safe than sorry. In fact, maybe it's actually better if it does cause an error, because then you know something's wrong. Well, it's whatever. Yeah. So if I stop targeting the guard for whatever reason and switch to a waypoint, then on the next pass, we'll do this instead. And waypoints don't move, so we don't need to be running this. It's beautiful. Healing. Yep. I don't know if the shaman actually use the position thing. I don't. Oh, they do. They do, apparently. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's so like you get in range and you start casting a heal, and then the person that you're healing moves slightly out of range, you can still get that heal off, basically. There's a nice little thing. That might be all of them, to be honest with you. Deposit. Lots of depositing states. Extinguishing humans, right. But they could also be extinguishing tents. And I think this one we can basically just do. Because we don't need to be running that when they're extinguishing a tent. Injured, okay, yeah. The shaman can move when you're passing to them. They don't even, wait a minute. Yeah, they don't have any action that they would do once they reached path position 1, but we do still need to be putting it after this, I guess, is actually better. Okay, that's it for the humans. That's it for the other one. Okay, that's the bears done. I think we can probably safely delete all of this crap now. Hmm. Ah. Wait, I need to check one thing. Did I do this right? I just kind of put it there, right. There's no need to run that if they're attacking tents. So again, it would be like... What's the best way to check this though? Do this one again. Object get parent. I'm assuming that's working. I think this doesn't work for parents of parents. That's why I have to do that. Object predator and object prey are both children of object creature, but I can't just do object creature and get everything. It doesn't work. Object creature essentially only works for humans, because those are the only ones that are direct children of object creature. This one I can do target parent does not equal object tent. And it should be the same for the wolves, like that. Okay, that's the wolves done. The I forget how this works. Don't think it uses waypoints, does it? Okay. What the hell is this? I don't think this is necessary. Okay, just the rabbits left to do. I don't know if these guys even have anything where they're targeting a moving target. No, I don't think they do. Are they reproducing correctly, though? They must be, surely. I just feel like I haven't seen any baby rabbits in my recent playtests. Is it like... Oh, maybe the year count? Am I setting that correctly in the spawn system? Oh. How long is a year again? See that somewhere? 13,440. This says they can't get pregnant until the year count is above 6,720. But when we spawn them, that's not what I'm looking for. When we spawn those guys, we only set it to 3,360. Excuse me? This doesn't seem right at all. Hold on. When do the rabbits age up? Oh, that is... Oh. Wait. Oh, I see. See, I can't remember my research now. Is this intentional or is this a mistake? But the thing is, you would need to... Yeah. I mean, presumably once they're adults, they can reproduce. That would make sense to me. Whereas this is like twice the age of an adult. So we need to do, well, let's make that 3,360. And it's like if age equals 0 and year count greater than or equal to 3,360, or age greater than or equal to 1, right? sleeping equals true. Do we even use that anymore, though? That would explain it. I don't think we use that anymore. Sleeping equals true. And also, why are we running this code continuously? Why are we running it on a tick? Do we normally run this stuff on a tick? Yes. It does make sense. But it would make even more sense to only run this stuff in the state in which they could get pregnant. It's the same thing all over again. Why are we constantly checking this? It's like, it should only be if they're in the rabbit warren, you know, for one. With the humans, it should be only if they're in a tent. So we gotta fix this now. Okay, so this. Okay, I'm gonna do the rabbits first. This is why it's not working at all. It's like I didn't really register at the time, but now I think about it, yeah, I haven't seen any baby rabbits in a long time. It's just not been working. And that's because sleeping equals true is not a thing anymore. That got removed ages ago. I better check that it's not there for any of the other creatures. Oh my god, what is this? That's not a thing? Is that a thing? No. Oh. Really? Okay. But it's not there for the rabbits, right? No. It's half and half. It's all over the place. Wait, it's here? It is here. Okay, that wasn't the reason. Maybe it was the age thing. Because they would have to be 0 years old, but over half a year old. So there was only like a very small window in which they could reproduce. But still. Gender 0, age blah blah. Target exists. Male occupants not empty. Pregnant false. Maybe the pregnancy cooldown. What's going on with that? Pregnancy cooldown seems fine. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's make these changes, see if that fixes it. If not, I'll look into it. So this, yeah, there's no point doing this constantly. Should be doing this inside of the sleeping state. Let's get rid of this sleeping equals true thing everywhere. Okay. Sleeping, literally, just get rid of it. We're getting rid of it. The deer. Okay, the deer is a little bit different. Well, I don't think they even have anything like that because, well, basically because they don't reproduce in a warren. So yeah. Okay. So no changes to these guys. The wolves and the foxes. Okay. Just get rid of sleep for a start. Let's get rid of that. Grab this. Put it in state asleep. Right there. Get rid of this sleeping true check. So if matriarch equals ID, pack.patriarch does not equal -1. Pregnant false. Season winter. You know, I don't think I've ever seen a wolf cub in game, like in an actual playthrough, because the game always starts in spring, for one. Yeah, I might update the spawn system so that there are wolf cubs at the start of the game, depending on what season you start in. Like, whatever season the cubs are supposed to be born, I'll make a random chance for them to have some cubs, or something like that. That's it, right? I got rid of all those references to sleep, yeah. Sleeping, I mean, foxes. Sleeping true, get rid of that. Matriarch equals ID. Patriarch not equal 1. Pregnant false. Season winter. State asleep. Yes, see, that stuff had already been removed from the human code, but not the animal code. That's why I was, like, thinking we don't use that anymore. Hey, Grog, it's going good, man. It's going good. We're getting there. I'm getting close to, like, a really solid build that I'll be able to use for playtests and pitching publishers and stuff. It's getting there. I'll do, let's just check these. Sleeping. Not a thing in here, is it? I think I already got rid of these ones to now. No, I missed that one. I'll do a global search for sleeping in a second and make sure there's no leftovers. Sleeping. Okay. Human, oh my god, what? Oh, really? Well, that's a terrible way of doing this. Okay, so they naturally regenerate health over time. They have a very slow passive healing, and it's higher when they're asleep. This wouldn't have even been working. That's funny. I removed the sleeping thing, forgot that I removed it, based this thing off of it, So this wouldn't have even been working. They wouldn't have been getting the faster health regen while sleeping. I think what I'll do is I'll have the passive regen of 1 HP running constantly, and then I will add an additional plus 1 HP. I don't want to reset the regen time. Where is the thing that increments the regen? Oh, here we go. I could just change the regen rate whilst they're asleep. If HP is less than 100 and you're not dead or harvested, regen timer plus equals regen, else regen timer equals 0. If regen timer equals 30, HP plus equals 1. How much is regen? Okay, it's it goes up by 1 every second roughly. We're still not doing delta time compensation for any of that stuff because I dread having to implement it in so many different places. But I mean, hopefully I could basically do a global find and replace for this and just put the delta time value in. I need to watch that video again to refresh myself on how it works, but it's fairly straightforward, I think. So what I could actually do is change, what would I do here? Change that to a 2 when they're asleep, and then you would regen at twice the speed. Or change this value to 15. Or just do this again, so it gets run twice. The most efficient option is to change the regen value upon entering the sleeping state. The asleep state, I should say. Regen equals, is that like 2 divided by 60? Oh. Multiplied by time? Is that right? Yes. So you would gain 2 every second instead of 1 every second, or the... No, that's not what it would do. It would increase the speed at which the timer ticks up by 100%. So you would regen 1 health every 15 seconds instead of 1 health every 30 seconds. Yes. And I've just got to remember to set it back when they leave the sleeping state. This is where it isn't great, I'll be honest with you, because there's kind of many different reasons and ways that they can leave the sleeping state. There's that one, there's this one, there's this one. There's this one, and this one, and then there's just naturally waking up in the morning. Oh god, and it's supposed to be 1. Whoops. I feel like just gonna Okay, there we go. Now I just have to do that for all the other creatures as well. There's got to be a better way. There is. There is, but it would involve refactoring a lot of code. So it's just, we're just embracing the jank. We're doing it this way until the next project. Where's the passive regen for these guys? There it is, okay. So, we just, yeah, because we're not using this sleeping equals true anymore. Like this. Let's just go through them all and do this. Yeah, the recent playtesting has been really useful for finding bugs and stuff. And the optimization was all really good as kind of like a code review as well. It got me to look back at all my code, and like that allowed me to find so much stuff wrong with it. Whereas normally, you know, you're just plowing ahead with new features and things, you're not really looking at your code. So it was really helpful. I still have some weird bug that I encountered yesterday when I tried to unlock 4 portal stones simultaneously, and 2 of my worshippers didn't path to the portal stones. Everything worked fine, really, except for the fact that they didn't execute their pathing for some reason. I can't... There's no obvious explanation for it. Okay, and then... State. No, these guys just have a sleeping state, don't they? So actually this would need to go in the state conditions script, but we can... What if they... Well, it doesn't apply for the humans, but it does apply for some of the animals. Some of the animals that sleep outside could be knocked out of their sleeping state by combat. So you would have to include this in here as well. It's unfortunate because... Well, there's no point. There's no point performing an additional check, really, is there? We just want to do this here. That would be the same for these guys. Yeah, and I've been talking to someone, an illustrator, about getting some capsule art for the Steam page. Still haven't found anybody for a logo. I haven't really looked yet. I did ask one friend who's quite good at that sort of stuff, but I'm not sure if he really wants to take on the work right now. But yeah, once I've got the Steam page up, then I can do some playtests, and I'll definitely be sending a key your way. Oh, I see I combined them. That's smart. These guys don't have an action timer reset. Do they use an action timer for anything? They certainly do. Wait, what? Oh, for the decay? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I forgot that I did it like that. The animals will stop decaying. Sorry, corpses will stop decaying below freezing temperature because, you know, they're frozen. Anyway, is that the only one, or pretty much? So there's no need to reset it in here, but maybe we should anyway. Just because this code might be reused for other creatures later. In fact, it probably will. It probably will. Okay, so that's that. So there's just the wolves and the foxes, which work a little bit differently. They don't. Then again, it should probably be there for the same reason I just mentioned, that this code could be reused for a creature that can sleep outside and therefore could be awoken by combat. Okay, so upon entering the asleep state, we need to set it to 2 divided by 60. And then upon waking from that state, we need to set it back again. Now, bears can also hibernate. So when entering the hibernating state, we should set it to 2. And when waking up from hibernation, we should set it back to 1. And I think I did the bear condition script right. State. Sleep. No, I did not. So when they go to sleep, set it to 2. When they awaken, set it back. What? Oh, I haven't done it yet. Okay. Seems to be it. Yep. Okay, and then there's the deer. Okay. State. Sleep. So when the deer fall asleep, set regen to 2. When the deer wake up, state. Sleep. Set it back to 1. And then there's the rabbits. State sleep. Wait, these guys sleep in the warren. Does that make any difference? Probably. Yep. State asleep. So when they actually enter the warren and go to sleep, that's when we set it to 2. When they wake up and leave the warren is when we would... I don't know if we even use this warren number. anymore. I'm so all over the place with stuff. Like, I'll take a look in a sec. So when they wake up and leave the warren, it's going to be back to 1. Okay, so the health regen, the double health regen should be working when all of the creatures are asleep now. And it should reset back to regular regen speed when they're awake. And yeah, it's like den number. Oh, I am using den number for something here. Oh, that's concerning. We do use that. We do. Well, den number? Why? Why do we do that? We know. I mean, I said it there, so true. Sure, okay. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's have a look at the other ones. Den number as well. Rabbit, yeah, it's only those two that work like that, thank God. And the thing is that, right, that's why, yeah. Any of these den numbers here are not needed. Den number equals target dot. We don't need to be doing that. All we need to do is set it once when they are like first spawned, basically, because their den never changes. Den never changes. This is pointless. We don't need to do it. In fact, it's just a risk more than anything. Because they never switch dens or anything like that. The rabbits actually, how do they work when they load? Differently, apparently. Warren number does not, okay, so they do have a warren number thing. Warren number does not equal no one with object rabbit warren. Target number equals warren number other dot warren equals ID. But then we totally don't do it that way anyway. We're like, what is the point of that? All we're doing is checking that they have a target and are they in the sleeping or infant state. Do they have a labor though? As pregnancy labor state. Labor they do, so that would be another one that needs to be included there, actually. Okay, right, this is what I mean, like getting to look back at the code, I'm finding so much stuff that I've missed, little mistakes that I've made. So great. Hey Freshwater Fun, how's it going? Welcome on in. And there's just been tons of that. I mean, every day I look at the code and I'm like, oh, none of this works. This is all wrong. Oh. It's a miracle that the game even runs, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's all gradually getting patched up and put together. Well, it's the simplest way of representing in this universe, at least. These are simple creatures. Okay. What was I doing before I went down the rabbit hole? No pun intended. I don't know. It's, the regen stuff, that should all be working now. What I was originally doing was moving the target relocation script into the states that need it instead of constantly running that stuff. There's no need to be constantly running the target relocation when 90% of the time the thing that they're targeting can't even move. So that was dumb. But we've changed that. And then I realized, why are we running like the sex code, the reproduction code, let's be a bit more scientific about it. Why we were running that constantly when, you know, we only need to run that if they're like in the warren or if they're in the tent, or except for with the exception of the deer and the who else, the bears, I guess, who just kind of, well, you could say they're exhibitionists. They just kind of get it on out in the open. Hey, Lednice, I'm working on a colony simulation, a GodSIM game in GameMaker Studio 2 here. It's I think it runs, fingers crossed. Hopefully it runs. I'll show you what I'm working on. So we got yeah, it's pretty cool. That's why I made it. So it's got procedural generation. It procedurally generates like an island. I've got 10 different biomes, 4 different climates, humans and various animals and plants and things. And please, for the love of God, tell me it's working. Yeah, so it's like a little world. You know, the artwork is not finished yet. Oh my god, it crashed immediately. What is this? Respawn log. Oh, I forgot to delete the global off of that. Don't worry, this is a quick fix. Quick fix. Thank you. Yeah, I love it too. The Perlin noise really comes in clutch. What is it I'm looking for? Oh, I made a separate folder for them, the respawn stuff. Respawn. I just forgot to delete something. Where is it? That one. Global.mapID needs to be mapID. Are we good? Are we good? I'll do a global search. Make sure I don't have any more of those anywhere lurking in the code. Excellent. Yeah. For I mean, almost 2 years of development, I just had this one tiny little test map that I made that was like the shape of a kidney bean or something. And everything was squished in that tiny little space. And then eventually, I mean, I never thought that I was going to do procedural generation. I thought it'd be way too hard. I didn't think I would be capable of it, basically. So I was like, no, I'm going to design the levels, right, just to save myself a lot of trouble. But then I found this article. There's a good, article somebody wrote about procedural generation in GameMaker Studio 2. And I started reading that, and I was like, oh no, I think I could actually do this. You know, the worst realization you could possibly have. I'm actually going to have to try and do this, aren't I? And in the end, it only took about 3 days, actually. Once I'd done all the research and stuff, the actual implementation took about 3 days. So, yeah, I know, it's the worst, isn't it? It's just like creating extra work for yourself. Like, can I just go back to being a baby? Always dreamt about a true GodSIM where the people will seem like they're sentient by using AI. I wonder if that's something doable right now, or if that's a matter of the future. Well, that's what I'm trying to do, but you know, they are They're not sentient because we're quite a long way off being able to code sentience. That's that's pretty tough. But, you know, they do think for themselves. They are fully autonomous, if you will. You don't control them. They have, you know, their own sort of free will, if you like. That's the idea. You focus on your godly duties of performing miracles and things whilst they just live out their little lives, and you try and help them survive and stuff. Or you just smite them, I don't know, set them all on fire, whatever. You might be one of those people. Drown them. God knows. So yeah, they'll chop trees and build tents and gather firewood and keep the campfire going. We got hunters. We've only got a single hunter. That's not too good. We could do with. What have we got way too many of? We've got too many guards. Let's get some extra hunters going. They just killed this deer right here. The female hunters are my favorite. I prefer them. Oh, yeah. Definitely the closest thing to that is Dwarf Fortress, for sure. Dwarf Fortress has a lot of that stuff. So, probably the most complex colony simulation in the world. Mine is nowhere close to that level of complexity. Mine's very sort of simple. It kind of sits in the middle ground. There are simpler colony sims than this, and there are much more complex ones than this. Mine's kind of in the middle somewhere. I quite like it. It has a bit of an arcadiness to it, a bit of like sort of pick up and play. There's not a whole lot of depth, but there's enough to make it interesting. Dwarf Fortress. Well, it's both like 20 years old and still being updated by the minute. So, depends how you look at it. It's cutting edge in one sense. It's brand new, but also ancient at the same time. Because those boys have been working on it for like 20 years, and they ain't stopping anytime soon. There's at least another 20 years of development. I can see it now. So this is the thing. We got 10 unique gifts in the game. Breeders, carpenters, drummers, fishers, foragers, guards, hunters, shaman, water bearers, and worshippers. And they all have their different roles, and they all kind of work symbiotically to survive by providing different resources, or protecting the tribe, or healing people. Definitely. Yeah, I think you would really like Dwarf Fortress. It recently got a big sort of graphical update and overhaul, and a Steam release. I highly recommend it. Yeah, seems pretty good. I'm hoping that the rabbits will actually have babies now, because I don't think that's been working at all. I'll have to do a longer playtest at some point to find that out. And oh yeah, the fawns will now actually be like stealthed when they're hidden. The doe will hide the fawns in the wilderness, and previously they would still just like completely visible. But now they like have a stealth score, and you know, anything with a wisdom score less than that stealth score can't see them. I made some changes to the like the animals' hunting behavior, where like they have like a stalking state where they're like sneaking up on their prey, and then they pounce, and previously they would still be like technically invisible whilst pouncing. How was it working previously? I can't remember. Were they rolling a stealth check when they were stalking or not? I don't know. Can't remember now, but they do now, and then they essentially come out of stealth when they pounce. It just needs a bit of testing. I just need to keep an eye on it and make sure that they are still able to hunt okay. They're probably slightly less effective at hunting now, but I've always had a fascination with life sims ever since I was a child. I was very inspired by a game called Black and White and another game called Populous, The Beginning. And I could just never shake that idea, really. Like, never really shake that thought, that kind of curiosity to see whether I could make one day. Okay, they got the store built now. I have 4 carpenters. 3 is usually enough. 4 is a bit overkill. Let's get a second water bearer. Yeah, I'm full-time on this project at the moment. Hopefully gonna get it done sometime in the next 3 years or so, is my estimation. Been working on it for about 3 years now, and I think I'm just over halfway. That's what it feels like, so probably about 3 years to go. Okay, oh my god, what? Oh, good job I checked. I'm still trying to save and load that sleeping variable that we removed, and that's crashing the game now. Let's update the save system. Sleeping. Bye-bye. Provoked. Huh, why am I saving it twice? Okay. And I don't need to update the load code now, because we've made this magical new load code that just loads everything you saved, which is probably how load code should work. Awesome. Yeah. Well, I stream most days, either here on YouTube or on Twitch, whichever you prefer. And yeah. Usually do like 5 or 6 days a week of game development and maybe a little bit of like drumming, maybe some video games from time to time as well. Okay, what's next on the agenda? What are we even doing here? We've done this. Cross that one off the list. I don't know if my frame rate particularly improved by doing that, but it's technically an optimization. Add an ungifted humans tracker. Bit harsh, but it would be a useful feature. It would. Is that what I want to do next? Implement a sub-only mode for the Twitch integration. I'm not too bothered about that right now. Chain pouncing, chain stalking, that needs more testing. Apply delta time compensation. I'd rather not, thank you. I'd rather continue ignoring that forever. You can. I have a note that just says you can fill the entire map with trees, which you can. You can completely break the game by doing that. We're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there. I would say that most of the major stuff has been done. Should we try and replicate that bug that I got yesterday with the worshippers not pathing? That was very strange. Like, everything else worked fine. They had a target. They were in the right state. They were doing everything, just not moving. And it was only 2 of them. It was very weird. Portals remaining open. I've fixed that. I fixed that now. Thank God. You're learning programming right now too. Quite young, but your dream was always to make a super realistic GodSIM. Probably gonna stay a dream forever. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I mean, if I can do it, you can do it. Okay, so let's try replicating that bug. There's one thing that I learned. Oh, don't worry, Fern. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great day. Have a great day. Appreciate the lurk. Yeah, if there's one thing that I've learned, it's impossible to fail if you don't give up. Just as long as you can only really fail if you give up. As long as you just keep trying, then it's literally impossible to fail. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thanks, Vaughn. Appreciate that. Congrats on the sub, Scarber. Don't know if you're lurking there or if you're even around right now, but really appreciate that. And thank you. I certainly appreciate it. Gonna head out and try and get some sleep. Good luck on the game. See you some of the time. Hope it works out for you. Well, thank you. All right. Have a great sleep, and best of luck on your programming journey. Okay, yeah, so I made 9 worshippers, and then I activated all 4 portal stones at once is what I did. And okay, of course they're working fine this time. Last time, like 2 of them got stuck and they weren't moving. Don't know what was going on. The one difference being that last time they were all definitely like worshipping at the obelisk. Maybe if we can get back to that sort of state. They're all going to be... Oh, they don't look too bad. If we can get them all back to the obelisk. Now, activate all 4 portal stones. Excuse me, I've just had lunch. There we go. Nope, they're still working fine. Okay. I'm probably not going to be able to replicate this. I have no idea what would be causing it even. But it also seems like it's probably extremely rare. The worst kind of bug, the unreplicable one. Where are the other guys? What's going on? How many worship? Oh, I only have 9. Ah, okay. Ah, that's good too. Eureka! Your scientists have come up with a new ride. Oh, wait. Upgrade. That's good too. Okay, I need 3 more worshippers to get the full 12 worshippers that I need to unlock all 4 shrines simultaneously. God damn it, Leroy. Okay, get a drink. Go on, hurry up. Shit. Oh my god, I've completely lost control. Okay, I'm just gonna go for it. Go for it. It's all 4 activated and they're all working just fine. I don't know, I'm probably not going to be able to replicate this bug. It was weird. It was just like 2 of them just got stuck. Can't really explain it. Pretty sure that they were actually worshipping at the obelisk at the time that it happened though, so if I really want to replicate the exact scenario, I need to get them all worshipping at the obelisk at the same time and then activate 4 shrines or portal stones or whatever. Go, go, go! Worship harder! Where's the last one? I can't find the last portal stone. There it is. How are we doing? Are they bugged? No. Of course not. Why would they be bugged? Why would it be replicable? It's not. Okay, I give up. Alright, okay, well, that's just a mysterious bug that will remain a mystery for now. What was that thing I was talking about? My brain is barely even functioning today. Oh, an ungifted humans tracker. Basically, we just take the population size and subtract the number of gifted humans from the population size. That's how many ungifted humans there are, isn't there? So I don't have to build a whole separate tracker, which is nice. We just need to this? Where are we gonna where are we gonna do this? I mean, I have literally an object called the tracker, which is for tracking things, but I wouldn't surprise me. Oh, it is in here. Okay, so we probably want a global ungifted yeah, that's it. Call it ungifted. And that will be, well, we probably want to set that to the number of humans that you start with. I can't remember what order everything happens in when you first start the game. Do the humans exist when we're defining these variables? Because if so, we could just set it to the number of humans. Oh, we also need to subtract the number of children, because children can't be given gifts. There's no child labor in this game, alright? I'm having none of it. So we gotta, how are we gonna do this? I just need to understand the order and the sequence of operations here, the order of operations. When does the tracker object get created? Anybody have any idea when the tracker object gets created? Does it get created by the controller object? It's just an endless chain of objects creating objects, isn't it? I think maybe it gets created by the menu object when you start a new game, which would mean that it exists before the humans are actually spawned. So we wouldn't be able to set it on create. We would need to update that variable. Well, then what we could do actually is just, yeah, we can just, oh, I don't want to have to do that. No. I'm thinking about this all wrong. Aren't I? Tracker objects is there, right, okay. Yeah, but I don't want to have to be constantly checking that. That's also not efficient. I think I'm just going to have to build my own tracker, aren't I? Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. Yep. We're just going to have to increment the ungifted humans tracker by 1 every time a human is created. Would be really nice if, and then decrement it by 1 every time an ungifted human is granted a gift. You can swap gifts as well. You can grant a gifted human a different gift. We don't want it to be decremented then. This is more work than it's worth, isn't it? Based on the way everything is set up right now, there isn't just a simple way of doing this, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to do it the bad way. Just do it the jank way of like, yeah. Basically just Camp conservation level clamp. You know, we would just do something like global dot ungifted equals global dot population minus global dot children. Is that a thing? A list? Is this one a list? Are these both? These are lists? It's one of these lists. Get out of town. Global population is a list. Okay, we have a list of everyone, a list of just children. The babies tracker is just a number, it's not a list, because technically the babies don't exist as anything except a variable on their mother, essentially, that says this mother has a baby, but it doesn't exist as like an actual object independently, which almost kind of represents the psychology of a baby. So we would have to, so where is that? It's only defined in here. Interesting. Okay. So these are lists, so we need to do DS list size. Ugh, this is the thing. We're going to be like, it's just so messy. We're going to be constantly checking the DS list size like 60 times a second. Oh my god, I just don't want to go through the effort of actually doing it properly. Alright, we're doing it. We have to. I can't bring myself to do this. Alright. So it's gonna, we can't, that's the problem. It has to be like built in everywhere. Like it has to be built into the spawn system, it has to be built into Miracle Life, it has to be built into childbirth. We can't just add a thing to the human create event that increments this thing, because I mean, when a new instance of the human object is created, they're a child, which doesn't count as an ungifted human. And when the humans are spawned via the spawn system, many of them are aged up into adults at the start of the game, so there's that as well. So we just need to do like, okay, here we go. So here we have a DS list add population and a DS list add children. So for the bit that is specifically for adults, let's see, the adult section, if you will. Where is that? I see. Do I see? Do I understand how this works? Do I understand how my own code works? Not usually. Humans to spawn. Humans plus humans to spawn divided by 5, I see. Hey Fish, how's it going? Thanks for the lurk. Have a great day. Okay, so we know that once we hit humans to spawn, that the rest of them should be children. So basically just in this section here, we do global dot ungifted plus equals 1 for every adult human that we spawn. And then if we run the demo script, which is the thing that automatically assigns gifts in both demo mode and test mode, then we want to actually decrement it again. Why are we setting the... Oh, because there's just like a complete replacement for all of that. I see. I see. And so it must have like a child spawn bit at the end as well. It does. Right. So everything in this okay, that makes it easy in a way, because all I need... Well, does it though? Let's see what... yes. Yeah, that's fine. So actually we just do... we just don't do anything. Oh, that's even better. I love it when you don't have to do anything. Right, okay, so ungifted just gets incremented if an ungifted human is created, else we just don't increment it at all. That's perfect. Okay. And then... okay. Human state labor or birth no hut, there's two. So if they give birth to it... No. Nope. Absolutely not. What am I looking at? Oh, there it is. I was like this code's looking a bit odd. I'm not even looking at the right thing. Yeah. Because, right, like I was saying before, babies don't really exist independent of the mother. They're sort of just tracked on the mother until they age up into children. So we need to go to wherever the hell that is. It's somewhere in here, I think. Drop baby upon age up. I mean, I wouldn't drop it. I mean, maybe put it down gently, but, you know. So, if baby equals true and baby age is greater than or equal to 3, they're going to become a child. Good lord. Don't start reformatting the code. Oh, but this is a child. Child is still not an ungifted human. We need to go to the code where the child ages up into an adult. I think that's actually in this event, just to be extra confusing. It's in the other event. Right? Where is that? Where on earth is it? Maybe it's not. Where is that? There it is. Okay. So this is where a child ages up into an adult. And all we need to do here is global.ungifted plus equals 1. And we remove them from the children list. Beautiful. Okay, we got there in the end. And when you grant a human a gift, we need to perform a check that says if gift equals no one, global.ungifted minus equals 1. Left released. Oh, actually I have a script for this, the drop script. And we're going to look at the human section. This is one of the worst things humanity has ever done, possibly, this script. It's a nightmare. Okay. So this part would be universal if you're assigning them any kind of gift, but unfortunately it's not as simple as that. If I made a function for this, if I converted this into some part of this into a function, even that I can't really do. Okay, it's just got to be this way. It has to be. Okay. So what we can actually do, this is like if they had a pre-existing gift, right? But that you're creating a shaman in this case, so you can't turn a shaman into a shaman because they're already a shaman. So we would have the gift does not equal shaman thing here. Hey Scarba, congrats on the sub. How's it going? So I think I basically just need to I think I could add it at the beginning of this, in fact. Turn that into an else if and do a if gift equals no one, global dot ungifted minus equals 1, like that. All right, have fun. And then we just got to, glad to hear it. We got to just add that to all of them, basically. Dear God, what even is this? Monstrosity. Okay. Right. So if they're not a shaman and they have no gift assigned, then ungifted minus equals 1, else blah 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 blah. Yeah, perfect. They're not a hunter. Gift equals no one. If they are not a carpenter, they are not a breeder. If they are not a worshipper, they are not a guard. If they are not a water bearer, they are not a fisher. If they are not a forager, they are not a drummer. And that is it. That is it. Okay, what am I missing? I'm bound to be missing something. So we increment it when we create a human. Miracle life. There you go. That's what I'm missing, isn't it? So we have global tap life. Miracle life. So this just creates, it costs 5,000 power and it just creates a human. And we need to increment global dot ungifted by 1. DS list add population. I'll do it right there. Global dot ungifted plus equals 1. Beautiful. I think we're covering all of our bases now. Now we just need to add this new tracker to the UI so we can actually see it. And this was a request from Mr. D-Boy. I think I've implemented basically all of his requests now, except for one, which is that he requested that you could be able to drop the humans directly on top of stuff to assign them gifts, rather than having to drop them next to it. And that's actually quite a lot of work, and something that I'm just not entirely comfortable with. it's still I'm like kind of undecided on whether I'm okay with that or not. You know, because it's like, if you can drop the humans on top of certain objects, being the one, specifically the ones that you can use to assign gifts, grant gifts to them, then why can't you drop them on top of other objects? It's like an inconsistency in the game rules, basically. Normally you can't drop humans on top of objects except for when you can, and then it's like, what the hell, you know? I think I like consistency. I like the game rules to be consistent across the board. And if an area is inaccessible, then you shouldn't be able to put a human there. That's kind of my feeling. So I probably would never make that change, although it was one that he requested. But I think I've done all the other stuff that he requested, except also I didn't put nameplates on the animals. And that's mainly just because eventually they're going to have sprites, and you'll be able to see what they are rather than having to read a nameplate. But I do get it, we don't have the sprites yet. It is hard to tell what that giant brown cube charging at you is. It's a nondescript giant brown cube. Okay, so I'm going to add this to the top of the list, I would say. Population, babies, children, ungifted humans. And that will be it's not a list. It's literally just string global ungifted. And do I need to save and load that? Probably. How does saving and loading the children's list work? I don't know. I have no idea. Let's have a look at the save load system. Oh, I'm running low on water here. I'm going to have to grab a drink. Global children. It seems I don't save and load it, so there must be some other way of re-adding them to that list after loading a save. I don't save and load the global.population list either. I can't remember how that stuff works. I'm pretty sure it does work though. Right? Try loading a save real quick. Load game. Yeah, there's 5 children on the children list. But the ungifted humans is well, it's not a list, so that makes it really easy to save and load, actually. Done. There we go. That's it. Now it will save and load the ungifted humans tracker. So if let's give it a go. I'll start a new game. Okay, so we have 25 ungifted humans here. I'll make a few worshippers. We have 22 ungifted humans, and I'll save and load. Still 22 ungifted humans, and 3 worshippers. Nice. And I'll make some carpenters. Put down a tent, a store. Campfire, make some hunters. Okay, now we have 14 ungifted humans. I'm gonna save. And load. 14 ungifted humans, 3 carpenters, 5 hunters, 3 worshippers. Beautiful, it's all working perfectly. I'll try quitting to the main menu and loading back in. 14, 3, 5, 3. Try quitting the game completely and loading. It's all going to work exactly the same. I don't know why I'm doing this. 14, 3, 5, 3. That's great. So, now you can, at a glance, you can look at the top left corner of the screen and see how many ungifted humans there are, which is... Even I really wanted that feature. There's been times where I've been like, how many humans do... You know, it's like, I can't tell what's going on, so it's pretty useful. Did not mean to run in debug mode, but yeah, that's pretty good. We're in a pretty good spot right now. I can delete that off of the to-do list. The rest of the stuff here is not really top priority. It's not very high priority. Let's see. Just little kind of like little bits of polish and like little features that aren't, you know, super important. We need a little bit more testing on some stuff before we can make some of these decisions. I think we could be ready for another playtest, to be honest with you. It could be time to playtest this bad boy. So, let's compile with YYC so we get those sweet, sweet frames. And I'm going to grab myself something to drink and then start another playtest. I'll be right back. Just updating the stream. Alright, new game. Let's go. Check out these loading times. When compiled with YYC, it loads so fast I probably won't even be able to pour my drink in time. Made it. Alright, where are we at? What spawn did we get? We got wolves below us, the stream is above us. Gonna put the store on this side of camp. Put the campfire like here somewhere. Get these trees out of here. Ah, I can't move that one. Okay, alright. Yeah, my all-female hunting squad. I might be learning something about myself. I might have a thing for female hunters. I don't know. Get some guards. They took down a deer already. Nice. We need some carpenters to get these trees chopped. A couple of shaman. For healing. We're right on the coast, so fishers will be pretty good in this scenario. What's this? Ooh, Miracle Resurrection right there. That's a good one. We're going to want to get that as soon as possible. Okay, everyone else can be worshippers for the time being, except we're going to need 2 or 3 water bearers and 1 drummer. True. Let's get a drum right around here somewhere. He's going to give everybody a movement speed buff by playing the drum. Although, I don't believe it's working right now, which is deeply concerning. Why is nobody getting the buff? What's happened? That was working moments ago, I swear. What's going on? Is it... Shit. Okay, what is up with that? This was working like yesterday, I swear. Well, I remember the change that I made, and I didn't even test it because I was just so confident it would work. Maybe I screwed up. What's it called? Speed boost? Where is that? So, I made this thing. Right, if speed boost is greater than or equal to 1, if age less than 3, else this one. Alarm 5 equals -1. I mean, this should all be fine. I don't know if they're even getting the boost at all, though. Nearest active drum. Let's just enable some debug stuff real quick. Okay, nobody's nearest active drum tracker is working, it seems. Why is that? If DS list not empty active drums, I would guess this is probably the problem, like it's not being added to that list or something. But it should be. Path position 1. Instance exists target, active drums target ID. Add active drums target ID. What is going on? Is undefined drum check. DS map find first drums. I mean, it's very confusing because this definitely was working recently. Is undefined drum check first global drums, not undefined drum check, current drum, value, drums, drum check. If instance exists, current drum, Active drums not equal -1. Drum check, find next drums. Drum check, not undefined. Drum check, current drum value. Drums, that's all fine. Else, drum, nearest active drum. This all looks fine. That's fine. What the hell is going on? Oh. Oh. Okay, well now it's working. It's just something to do with save loading? Or was it not working before? Or what? Okay, they are getting, oh, look at, oh shit, okay. It's like toggling, it's like rapidly turning on and off. Yeah, I thought I was being smart when I did this. Obviously, I've broken everything. It's usually what happens when you think you're being smart. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, you can't do this because if speed boost is not less than 1, wait a minute, what is this saying? Speed boost less than 1, then speed boost equals 1, else this. So when speed boost equals 1, then it's just going to trigger this code, which is going to set it back to 0. There's your problem. Great, okay. I think we can just move the speed boost part inside in a separate if statement, right? The rest is good. I think if this instance does not exist, or if it's out of range, or if you're in one of these states, I don't know if stasis even needs to be there really, but okay, I think we can do a quick fix on this. Like that, right? If any of these things are not true, then we'll do this. But we'll only do this if speed boost is greater than or equal to 1, and we'll only do this if speed boost is less than 1. And then the particle effect will only be created if speed boost is greater than or equal to 1. Okay, the other question was why Did the nearest active drum not appear? I don't think it's being saved and loaded correctly. Okay, so we need to look at the load code. Ah. Well, yeah, but we don't know. And they wouldn't path, right? They wouldn't path if they were already there. I see. Just saving and loading their path position might be a solution. I'm not sure. That's probably a good idea, actually, considering a lot of stuff depends on us knowing what their path position is. I think that would be enough to fix this. Obviously, I'd need to make a new save file to test it. But I think basically, when we load the game, the drum is not being re-added to the active drums list, right? Because that's done. Let's find where that. Well, that is done here. We're looking at it. Only when they reach path position 1. And their path position is probably resetting to 0 because we're not saving and loading it. I think for all of the creatures in the game, we should probably save and load their path position. If we are already doing that, then we have a bigger problem on our hands. See, it's commented out. Well, what creature am I looking at here? Probably the human. Yeah, it's definitely the human because it's like all the way down the bottom of the list. Object. Bear. Should I just copy pasted that one? Okay, bear, fox. Why am I not saving and loading the image alpha? Guess I don't need to. Wolf. Deer. Why am I saving and loading the image alpha on the deer? I mean, it's also used for like when the skeleton fades out, which eventually is going to be removed from the game, but still. Should we just be saving and loading that? Probably. Rabbit. Rabbit is the last one. If you were to save and load, whilst something was fading out, whilst the skeleton was fading out, it would reset to 0 and start fading out again, rather than picking up where it left off. Small detail, but I mean, easy enough to fix, I think. I don't think it causes any problems for us to just save and load the image alpha, which apparently we are doing for the bears already. Okay, that's everything. So unfortunately I can't just reload that old save file anymore because we weren't saving that stuff. I'm running on virtual machine. That's why it's slow. Yeah. Compiling with YYC increased the loading times more than performance. The performance increase has been good, still nice, but the loading times are insane now. I mean, it decreased the loading times. What the hell? Let's just place a drum and make a drummer. Okay, that immediately worked, but the true test is saving and loading, isn't it? Is it just me or the particles kind of going crazy? I need to look into that. I'm going to load the game and boom, it works perfectly. Nice. Okay, so I'm gonna just check those particles. It's like alarm 5, I think? Alarm 5. For the... Oh yeah, boost particle. My god. X divided by 2 minus 2. What the hell even is this? Random range between... the middle... and... wait, what is it? It keeps going. Get width... plus... what? Why don't we just make it like the left and right edge of the canvas or something? I can't even tell what this means. We're taking the X position, we're subtracting the offset, we're adding half the width, so we're in the middle, and then we're subtracting half the width again, so we're on the left side? Why are we doing that? That's insane. X minus offset plus half the width plus half the width again? What? This is really weird. Maybe I just made a mistake, like put a plus instead of a minus or something. X minus offset plus half the width minus half the width. Like, well, why add half the width if you're just going to subtract half the width again? Like, what are you even doing? What are we doing here, man? This is completely insane. X minus the offset. Why is it freaking out now? I've got too many brackets or something. That gives us the left side of the sprite. X minus the offset plus the width would give us the right side of the sprite. So don't divide that by 2 and remove this. And get rid of that first bracket. X minus the offset plus the width. And then we've got Y minus the Y offset plus the height divided by 4. Then we've got Y minus the Y offset plus the height divided by 8 times 7. What? Who wrote this? What even is this? I mean, I was kind of okay with how they were looking on the y-axis anyway. I could just leave that. But I'd quite like to understand what the hell this even is, you know. Y minus get y offset. So that puts us to the top. Plus the height divided by 4. That puts us 1/4 of the way down the sprite, I believe. And then y minus the offset, that's the top, plus the height divided by 8 multiplied by 7. So I'm doing 7/8. I see. Okay, I think I'm trying to do 7/8 of the way down. That's a weird way of doing it, man. Oh well, let's see what it looks like. Oh, I should disable all that other stuff. Did I make a save there? I did, didn't I? Okay. How's it looking? It still looks crazy. Did the sprite canvases get wider at some point or something? Probably. They probably did. I don't know. Am I obsessing over something that doesn't even matter? Probably. I just think it's weird how, it's probably because like especially when they're standing side on like that, they look really thin. So the particles seem like they're spawning really far away, basically. Is kind of my interpretation of it. I think we need to do x minus offset plus sprite index divided by 4, like 1/4 of the way in. X minus offset plus width minus width divided by 4. Just to like knock 1/4 of that off. Let's take I'll disable that other stuff now because it's easier to see. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's a lot more reasonable. Actually kind of looks like it's lining up with them. Good stuff. Good stuff. And it saves and loads properly. That's the more important part than getting the visuals right, but I'm happy with that. Cool. Okay, now we can finally play the game. Kenny, drink your elixir of the mongoose. It's going to take a minute. It'll be worth it though. We'll get much better performance and much faster loading times by compiling this way. So it's converting it into C++, I believe. Hey, we're in. Alright. Yeah, in the last playtest, I managed to get to the second level. That's as far as I've been in any recent playtest. We have... Let me think. Oh my god, we're in. No time to think. Gotta go. Okay. So the stream is right on the left side there. I want my store to be as close to that stream as possible. I'm like totally min-maxing everything. Going absolutely crazy. Let's get some carpenters going. Get my all-female hunting squad. Get these freaking... Oh, sorry. Get these trees out of here, otherwise we're going to have these immovable tree stumps. I probably need to make it so you can actually move the tree stumps. If you can move the trees, why can't you move the tree stumps? You know, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you can reach... I can't reach that one, but I could reach that one. You can reach slightly further outside of the sphere of influence now. Because you could, like, put a tent right on the edge like this, but then you wouldn't be able to interact with it. So you could put the campfire on the edge, and then you wouldn't be able to pick it up again and stuff like that. Wow, I'm getting over 200 FPS right now. That's crazy. Okay, we need some shaman quickly. Shaman. And we're going to want just 2 water bearers will be enough in this scenario for sure. We're really close to the stream. A couple of water bearers. So we're deep in the woods this time though. Fishing is not going to be very viable for us. We've got some bears with cubs over here. 2 of them. That's very dangerous territory. We don't want anything to do with them. They're aggressive when they have cubs. How are the rabbits doing? Why are these rabbits here? Are they bugged? I hope not. Have I created bugs with the rabbits now? I don't know. Why are they just standing there? It's concerning me. Okay, we need worshippers, quick. Hey, ungifted humans 0. What a useful thing. Okay, so, well, we need 1 drummer at least. Right. Nice drummer over here. Oh yeah. Okay, let's get the rest of the tents placed. Alright, nice. I'm trying to keep the tents away from the campfire so we don't set them on fire by mistake. Oh shit, we're under attack. Okay, got you. Okay, please be careful, guys. What are they doing? Are the wolves bugged out? It looks like it. Why are they just standing there? It's daytime, they should be sleeping. Maybe I've broken something. Don't know why this one's just standing over here. Seems kind of bugged. These ones are definitely bugged as well. Okay, so there's some bug with the wolves. What have I done? Oh, shit. Okay. Did I... I don't see how this would be a problem, but we did remove that variable now. Not a thing anymore. Equals false instance exists pack. Oh. Okay. Maybe saving and loading that path position is not good, actually. That would be the most likely explanation here. Although, I mean, it shouldn't prevent them from... But I don't think I saved and loaded, did I? I mean, I literally just started a new game, so... No, I'm pretty sure path position gets reset as soon as you return to idle. Every time. Yeah. It does. So... doesn't really explain it. But I didn't save and load either, so... Wish I had the state names set up for all of these. That would help. I have some of them. I feel like I just need to watch the wolves specifically and see what they're doing. They should be sleeping during the day, but they're like just standing around. Some of them, most of them. Are they not even leaving the den? It's like, no way, no, sorry, it's daytime, they're supposed to be in the den. Okay, we gotta go to nighttime and see what they do. Yeah, but the guards aren't even moving. That's really concerning. They're not even moving. Something to do with target relocation? Maybe? Yeah. Could be. Could be that I was dependent on target relocation previously. Ah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I can see how I might have screwed up. That's why it was, that was a bad idea. It seemed like a good idea at the time, of course, but depending on target relocation was not. I always kind of knew that I had that as a fallback. Like if they change their target, if they switch targets, it's essentially the same as their target moving, right? Because it has different coordinates or whatever. So the target relocation script would just kick in and make them path to their new target, and I knew I had that as like a fallback. So I wasn't actually running the pathing code in a lot of instances. And now that's probably exactly what's going on. They're just not pathing when they should be, right? The sleep thing here. They go in. Let's see. What do they do? State guard where's the guard state? Guard state's here. Right. Okay. Well, there is some pathing code there. Oh. Where's the path position check? Shouldn't there be a path position check? Right now, they're going to be constantly. Right? No? No. I mean, a path position check would still be smart here, but okay, guard timer is -1 by default. Gets set to 0 when they enter the guarding state, which should then cause this to occur. Well, no, because this actually happens first. Well, but that says less than, okay. So they would create a waypoint, target it, path to it, reset the guard timer. That seems fine. What is the issue here? Should we just look at the most basic one, like the wandering behavior? Oh, they literally return to idle, so that one doesn't really help. Okay. Really? What is it? Is it even this? I don't know. Right, so they spawn a waypoint, they target it, they enter the wandering state. Once they hit path position 1, they return to idle and do the whole thing all over again. What about the state, old state thing? Old state equals state idle. Is that important? Because I don't think any of the other ones are doing that. So wolf conditions, pathing. State conditions, pathing. State does not equal old state. Old state equals state. Old state, if you're... Yeah, I guess if I... Maybe if I'm not setting old state back to idle upon returning to idle, we have an issue there. Maybe? Say I've just been in the wandering state. Then I would set my old state to the wandering state. And then I would return to idle. And then my current state is idle, and that does not equal wandering. No, that seems right. Well, why am I doing that for the humans then? I don't understand it. Old state equals state idle. Why? Because the state changes when the new state is selected. Right. So would we be running pathing for no reason or something? What would be happening there? I don't think they even have an old state. Maybe that's the issue. If old state was set to like no one, that would probably not be good. I don't know. Or would that be fine? If I'm in state idle and old state is no one, then I can happily run the pathing script. Even if I have nothing to path to, but, well, that doesn't work because I don't have a target. Almost certainly something to do with the changes that I made to the target relocation script, which could explain a lot of the performance issues, to be honest with you. If, like, a ton of this stuff was dependent on the target relocation script, then it kind of explains a lot. Still can't figure out the solution for this, though. Old state equals state idle. I'm setting it there. But then I'm not. I'm probably doing the same for the humans, but then I'm not setting it back to idle in the idle state, which is what I do for the humans for some reason. But I can't figure out why. That's the problem. I don't know why I do half of the things that I do. Okay. Let's try and figure it out. I kind of knew this would come back to haunt me. I remember looking at it recently and being like, oh yeah, there's that old state thing. Why do I do that again? Yeah, and here we are. First thing I do upon returning to idle, old state equals state idle. So old state is state idle by default, and it matches state because you're in idle by default. So we can't run any pathing. Until we change states. And let's say I go into the wandering state next, right? So old state gets updated to wandering, I do some wandering, and then I return to idle. And now old state is wandering and state is idle. And those do not match each other, and therefore I can't run any pathing. Okay, I think I understand it. I think I understand why I need to add this to all of the idle states. Let's just do a search for old state, make sure it's not already in the script somewhere. It's not. Okay, old state equals state idle. All right, am I doing this right? I think so. I mean, this is state, this is... Yeah. It just seems kind of different for the humans for some reason. human one. I have an if state equals state idle inside of here, but I have that here. Why am I checking if the state equals idle twice? Is that what I'm doing? No. What am I doing? This is the idle state. Why do we need to check if state equals state idle? If we're running the idle state, then we're only running the stuff in the idle state. We don't need to check that we're in the idle state, because we're running the idle state. That's the one we're running. I've gone completely insane. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there's something extra to it. Oh, yeah. No, I know what it is. Okay, but does that mean... Well, it's been working. I've not had any issue with it. The humans are a special case because they can run their state condition script in other states besides state idle, like wandering, sheltering, searching for firewood during downtime. I think that's all of them. God, I hope it's all of them. Okay. It hasn't proven to be an issue that the old state only gets set to idle. Because all of these require pathing. So when you enter the wandering state, you also set old state to state wander, etc. So it does match. And therefore you can run pathing. Okay, I'm pretty sure I understand everything now. I can see through time and space. Alright, let's give it a go, see if the wolves are back to their old selves. My god, they've been through the ringer today. Humid today. My goodness. Muggy, as we say. I can feel it. It's close. It's right on me. Alright, how are the wolves doing? Come on. Maybe this is why the rabbits were fucked up as well. Before, remember I saw those rabbits before and I was having a freaking panic attack? Because they weren't moving? That's probably exactly what it was. Okay, here we go. Wolves. Wolfing. How are they doing? Are we good? Are they gonna get stuck? Are they gonna wander? Oh, yes. Yes. Thank God. Praise the Lord. Literally me. I don't want to go off the deep end. Let's just playtest this game. I'm just saying I could go off the deep end at any minute. But what's new? Okay. I'll let this build with YYC. Give it a quick playtest, or possibly a long playtest. Depends how many bugs we find. Man. And that's just been like that. That explains a lot. I swear, this is probably... I'm probably going to have a really good frame rate now. Well, remember before I was like, I have like 200 FPS. Because I disabled the target relocation stuff. And the only reason anything was working before was probably because of target relocation. Because that was the fallback, right? It couldn't run the pathing code because old state didn't match state or whatever the fuck it's supposed to be. And so it would just be like, oh, we've changed targets, so essentially it thinks my target has relocated, so it runs that. That's the only reason the game worked before. So when I made those changes to the target relocation script, that's why everything broke. Oh my god, it's amazing. So yeah, I've got like pretty damn good frame rate now. Okay, which stream is closer? I'm hoping it's this topside stream because there's wolves down there. We're pretty coastal. Fishers could be nice. Couple of shaman. Yeah, thank God they're going for the stream. Not all of them. Some of them, wait. Yeah, a couple of them decided to, a few of them decided to go down here. We're okay though, we're good. Okay, there's an aggressive bear with cubs there. And they might not be aggressive. Okay, they've just got cubs. They might be a really chill bear, okay, but they're just protecting their cubs, okay. Sure, if you got to know them, they'd be really nice. Okay, so, right, get the rest of the tents down so my carpenters have something to get these frickin' trees out of here, dude. Can I move this one? Yeah. I can grab stuff just outside of the sphere now. Okay, get the tents down so the carpenters keep felling trees. Crash. Need a drum. Got a drum down here somewhere. God's sake. Okay, and I'm gonna need like 2 or 3 water bearers. Everyone else can be worshippers for now. Yeah, obviously, like, you know, players are not going to be min-maxing and going crazy like I do, and they're not going to know everything right off the bat. So it's going to be a little bit more challenging for them, of course, as they're learning the game and stuff. But, yeah. Just because I kind of know how to min-max, I always have, like, tons of power and stuff. Oh shit, we had a bit of a run-in with this bear, but they scared it off. That's good. Yeah, I increased the distance that they run, so it runs, like, quite far away. That's really nice. Actually, I'm glad, and it seems to be working out nicely. Because before we'd have these problems where it would run away a little bit, but it would still be quite close, and then it would wander back over, and it would just kind of keep looping like that. So I made it so they really run further off. Ideally, we want people to stop using this stream, though. Well, okay, the bear, the one with cubs has gone to this stream now, so we're okay to use this one for the time being, at least. Oh, okay, my frame rate is like about what it was. I mean, it's not that much of an improvement, to be honest with you. I don't know how I was hitting like 200 FPS before. That was crazy. Okay. Start using my power to conjure fur. Really, it is really nice to be able to just glance and see how many ungifted humans are left. See if I'm missing anything. Okay, they should be able to get the store built any second now. Start looking at shrines. We've got Divine Intervention there, Smite there. Oh, that's so good. Miracle Resurrection right on our doorstep. That's beautiful. Hell, let's unlock that straight away, just in case anybody dies, we'll have it ready to go. Send out a little worship group. They're all already getting chilly. I made some like color tinting based on temperature now. If they get a bit cold, they get tinted blue. If they get hot, they'll get tinted red. They can use the campfire to get warm. They can use the tents for shelter, of course. There we go, the store is built. We've already got plenty of meat in there. The water bearers will probably be bringing in some water pretty soon. Divine protection down here by this stream. It's funny when the rabbits form a snake like that. It doesn't look very natural, does it? What I can do is randomize the wake timer. That's a good idea. Give the rabbits a slightly randomized wake time. I could do the same for the wolves. I've done it for the humans, because they used to all just like instantly wake up and leave the tents at exactly the same time, which seemed kind of unrealistic, and it looked a lot better when I randomized it a bit. So if I do the same for the animals, it will kind of help them spread out a little bit. Oh man, I'm gonna save my game here. Oh, I'm so glad that everything's like working again. Just feels really good when you know that you've got like a nice stable build. There's nothing worse than a build that's riddled with bugs. These guys are getting really cold. They should be fine. I mean, I know it's raining a bit, but they should be alright. They can warm up after they've unlocked it. Okay, here we got plenty of water and meat, and a little bit of fur. Oh yeah, I think they all... How does it work? They always prioritize building frames over finishing tents. Like, if a tent is fully supplied with lumber, they'll prioritize building that frame over finishing the ones with the fur. That's already got the frame built. But I think that once they've done that one, they'll go to these ones, yeah. Rather than felling more trees and doing these ones. Yeah. The carpenters have the most insane logic. Like, it's honestly crazy getting them to prioritize everything properly and then gather firewood during their downtime whilst they're waiting for resources, and make sure that you only allocate one carpenter to do a certain task so that they aren't all trying to do the same thing and they can be more efficient. It's pretty crazy. It's one of my favorite things about the game, though, and it's funny because it's like, from a player's perspective, somebody who doesn't really know anything about game development, right? It's like it just works like it should. You don't even think about it. That's the thing. When you do everything right, nobody's even going to notice. That's the point. Like, when everything works, nobody's going to notice that it works. They're only going to notice if it doesn't work. Okay, I've got another 300 power. I can do another one of these tents. How are we doing? Almost got Miracle Resurrection unlocked. Hunters are scaring away this bear again. That's good. We don't want any conflict. There's no needless conflict, please. No. We don't want anybody to get hurt. Yeah, a large hunting party is good for that reason. Resurrection unlocked. Great. They can fend for themselves much better when they're in a large hunting party, and if the party's large enough as well, they'll just scare everything away. They won't even need to fight. That's the ideal scenario. The worshippers are getting toasty by the fire. That's good. It does take them a little while to warm up. I suppose it is the middle of the night as well. Well, it's almost morning. It'll start warming up here soon. It does take them a while to warm up, though. I might need to, like, buff the fire a little bit so it... Well, I've got to be very careful, though, because in the... like the tropical climates and the deserts and stuff, then you could potentially get too hot. Oh, I see. I see a problem here. You can still see the buff. The particles are still being created when they're inside. Okay, I need to make sure that... I'm just going to write that down. Oh, we're under attack. Don't spawn drummer. How would you say it? Drum buff particles when inside. That's easy. That's just inside equals false and speed boost greater than or equal to 1. Get out of there! Run! No, don't go back. Go to a different stream. Go to this stream. And now we've got a problem because this frickin' bear is over at this stream, and that's the one that we use. We might need to do something about that. Hopefully it will just naturally decide to move on. If not, we could use our hunters to scare it away or something. They've injured it a bit more. Which... we don't want to kill it. Obviously we don't want to needlessly kill anything. Let's see if we can see its health bar going up at all while it's sleeping. Every 15 seconds it should gain 2 hit points, I believe. If we've done everything right, it should be slowly regenerating. Oh, there we go, I saw it tick. Nice, so the passive health regen is working. It's just very slow, like, heal over time, passive healing. I didn't have that for a really long time, and I was like, we should probably have that, you know what? Wounds heal injuries heal over time, naturally. That's kind of what they do. So they should all have the ability to heal themselves passively. And they should heal faster when they're asleep, because that's what sleep does. Sleep repairs the body. Sleep is a miracle drug, seriously. Okay, cool. It decided to go fishing in the sea, so we're good. How are we doing? Did my worshippers get warmed up yet? Or are they still struggling? I think they're doing okay. It does take them a while, though. I mean, you could, like, set a tree on fire or something to warm them up faster. Like, if I unlock this expand... Oh my god, I have so much power, I'm not using it for anything. There we have 3 more tents, fully supplied. If I got this expansion stone going, maybe we'll do that in the morning. In fact, we could do it right now, because these guys don't have anywhere to sleep anyway, so they're still up. Wait for them to get a drink or eat or whatever they're doing. Looks like they're grabbing some food. Wait for these guys to have a snack. And then we'll unlock this expansion stone. There we go. Wait, were they? Okay. Yeah, I very rarely bother with the expansion stones, but... Oh, I think it actually woke a bunch of the ones that were sleeping up instead. What's happening? Oh my god, what are you doing over here on your own? Getting attacked by a massive pack of wolves. You absolute lunatic. It's because all of his buddies are in bed. Right. He's going to go back over there as well, I think, because the group waypoint is over there. Maybe? Gotta keep an eye on this guy. These guys are going to unlock this expansion stone, which will increase the size of the sphere of influence. And then I'll have a larger area in which I can perform miracles. What are you doing, man? Just wanna... Oh, woman. You wanna walk into the wolf den again? How about we don't do that? So, okay, we've got a portal stone right next to the portal. There is nothing to stop them from spawning right next to it, I suppose. We got divine intervention over here, kind of close to where that bear was. I don't know what this bear cub is doing here. That's a little bit concerning. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, we're thinning out their numbers a bit. So this here at the top is the conservation meter. Every time we kill an animal or chop a tree, that goes down a bit. So we, you know, ideally we don't want to do that. We want to try and conserve everything as best as possible. And yet, here we are, massacring everything. Because if this drops too low, then you get the bad ending. But you can bring it back up again by planting more trees and creating new life and stuff. But that's kind of the idea, is to try and conserve the natural environment whilst surviving. Oh yeah, the shaman will, like, actually travel across the map to find injured humans now. They, like, clairvoyantly know that somebody needs healing. That was a recent change. Normally they would only heal humans that were within their own perception radius. Yeah, so this is bugged out. This bear cub here is bugged out, I think. I don't know what's going on. Either that or its mum actually died. I think maybe they did. Oh no. I don't know. Oh, it's moving again. I don't know what's going on with the bears. Oh, I crashed. I don't know what the error is because I'm running in YYC mode, but I know it's on Rabbit Create line 334. Target.female occupants. Is that not a thing anymore, or probably not, right? Normally we use lists, not this. I think this probably doesn't exist. It's probably something more like that. State labor. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into this. Alright, I'll be right back. 2 seconds, and then I'm gonna try and fix this bug. So that's a good sign, though. That means that the rabbits are actually reproducing, which they haven't been doing. Okay. Yeah. I don't think we have this anymore, or it's a list now or something. Construct rabbit warren. Female occupants is a list. And I guess I updated it on the other one because that was working. So state asleep. Here we go. We need this. Instead of this. Don't need to worry about any of this stuff. Just that bit. Conservation level +1? Interesting. So if the animals reproduce, the conservation level actually goes back up. Makes sense, I guess. Oh, we do that in here? That seems kind of silly. I think we should do it over there. Infant time. What even is that? I don't know. What is that set to? Some random number here. Okay. Date labor. Repeat litter. Blah 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 blah. Image alpha 0 inside true. We'd probably be better off just using a with. Alright, we should be good now. Yeah, they were just trying to update some really old variable that doesn't even exist anymore, basically. I just want to make sure there isn't another one. What was that one called? Like, oh shit, it is there. What is that? Well, we never got to that stage, did we? We need to also remove them from that list when they leave again. Okay. Just want to make sure there's not a male occupant somewhere. No, no, no. This is the last one. Okay. There we go. Okay. Great. That is awesome. Let me just check my notes. Oh, yeah. Good job I made a note, because I forgot completely that we need to prevent the drum particles from spawning if you're inside. There we go. So we won't be doing that if you're inside. It's nice. Cross that off the list. That might be something I can look into real quick. Because we actually witnessed 2 bears mating yesterday. And one of them already had cubs. Obviously the female. So I don't think they should be able to do that if they already have cubs. That's not how bears work in the wild. They wait until their cubs have grown up and like left on their own, and then they have more cubs. After a bit of time passes as well, I think they kind of take a break from the whole cubs thing for a while. But I guess, why am I looking at sprites? If we look at the spawn system, and we spawn the bears, what are we doing? So there's like there's a chance for them to have cubs. So it's not being set here, but somehow they must be winding up on the receptive bears list. That'll do it. Okay. I think I just need to make sure that we set this. Would that be it? Well, I mean... Where's the bit that actually increments the timer? Here it is. What is this trying to say? If reproduction timer is less than reproduction and pregnant true, or reproduction timer greater than 0. Okay. I'm gonna try and like figure out how long this actually is. How long is that? I should really comment my code, shouldn't I? No idea what any of these numbers are. Oh, okay, what is this? $40,000. Maybe I'm incrementing it way too fast? No? Incrementing it once per second. 1 per second. If anything, that would be slower. How fast do I increment the day timer? I can't remember. It's got to be the same. It's got to be 1 per. It is 1 per second, isn't it? Okay, so if I do 40,320 divided by 240. So this is 168 days, which is 3 years. So this is a range between 3 years and some other numbers. 67,200. 67,200 divided by 240 equals 280. Divided by 56 equals 5. So this is a number between 3 and 5 years. Okay. What's going on then? They shouldn't be added to the receptive bears list for 3 to 5 years. Unless I'm fucking something up in here. Doesn't look like it. Maybe they didn't have cubs. Maybe I messed up. Maybe I'm misremembering. I can just enable a debug thing real quick that tells me if they're on that list or not. Oh. Okay, so they are getting added to that list somehow. Even though they have cubs. And the cubs are getting added to the list, which doesn't make sense because they're cubs. Okay. Okay, so what the fuck? One of them didn't get added though. Oh, maybe that one was male. No, that makes sense. Why are you getting added to this list? So is it this? If we just disable that, we can determine if this is the thing adding them to the list or if something else is adding them to the list. None of them have cubs this time. Let's try again. Crazy how long a lot of this stuff has been broken. I had no idea about a lot of this stuff. It's really, really good to be getting it sorted now. Because it means I'll be able to move ahead with like adding new creatures to the game and stuff. Okay, it's gotta be that. Gotta be that was adding them. Here's a bear with cubs. They're no longer on the receptive bears list, so it's this fucking thing. What the hell is going on? Reproduction. Why am I? What? Why am I? Why am I? Hold on a second. Why am I setting reproduction timer to reproduction? That would explain a lot. It's supposed to be 0. Well, there's your problem. Okay. Okay. I don't know why we don't just like start the timer when the cubs leave. You know, when the cubs grow up, then we start a timer for 1 or 2 years or something at that point to give them that buffer between having cubs and reproducing again. Okay, well that's fixed. Okay. That's pretty much it. That's kind of pretty much You know, obviously there's still stuff to do. Always stuff to do, but like in terms of the really high priority stuff, we've pretty much knocked it all out. Yeah, probably the delta time compensation is what I really need to do next, but I'm not doing that today. I need a fresh start for that one. It's just going to be really tedious, I imagine. I've just got to go through and, well, I might be able to knock that out with like one global find and replace pretty much. No, that's not true. Oh, God. I might have to convert how some stuff works even. Yeah. Even something I did today with the passive health regen stuff, I might need to change how that works in order to do the delta time compensation. Because it's like, how does it work? It's like a value that's calculated based on the speed of a step, but I don't know. Basically, wherever I'm doing 1 divided by 60 to get the number that I need to reach 1 in 60 steps, you just replace that with the delta time thing, and then it compensates for any like frame rate issues and make sure that it still takes a second. Even if you're running at like 5 FPS, it would still take a second. But that means that everything needs to be based on seconds. All of the timers need to increment at the same rate. I can't have different timers that increment faster, which is exactly what I did today. So I need to change the goal, like the target for the timer. It needs to count up to a lower number. So currently it counts up to 30. Got to halve that, which is fine. It's just it's not stored in a variable right now, so I wasn't able to just like update that value easily. But that would probably be the next thing to do. It's kind of a boring thing, I know, but we do need the delta time compensation in there. It's just one of those things. And then everything, so currently we've done delta time compensation for all of the movement in the game, the characters moving around, the camera moving, even the arrows flying through the air, that all has delta time compensation and will take exactly the same amount of time independent of your frame rate. But none of the timers are running on delta time compensation yet, so, and there's a lot of them. I mean, there might not be that many timers, but I'm using them in a lot of places. So, but like I say, as long as I get everything set up correctly, I might literally be able to hit it with one global find and replace and just replace them all, and we'll be fine. But I've got to put in the work to make sure that everything is set up to be compatible with that before I can just do that. But that's it. This build that we have right now is like really solid. This is really, really good. You know, I'm sure if I keep playtesting, I'll find more stuff, but I'm getting tired and hungry, so I think I'm good for today. We'll do a bit more tomorrow. I've been going at this for 8 hours, so yeah. We'll do a bit more tomorrow. Yeah, okay. I've disabled that stuff. Okay, we're gonna crank the version number. We're cranking it, dudes. Version 0.5.5. Hell yeah. That's quite a milestone. Version 0.5.5. Who would have thought? Here we are. Wow. Okay, so, yeah. Got to do more playtesting. Got to do delta time compensation. But we're getting there. It's coming along nicely. I'm going to release this build for Ko-fi members now. If you want to get early access to the development builds, you can become a Ko-fi member and support the development of the game. And, oops, almost forgot to switch to YYC before compiling. I'm going to compile this with YYC so that it performs really well and loads really fast and everything. Version 0.5.5, baby. Let's go. I'm too low energy to celebrate. Woo! No, but it's good. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, I'm going to do a bit more tomorrow. Also going to lift some weights again tomorrow. Going to take a day off this weekend because I'm pretty sure I need a day off. I've been going at this non-stop for however many weeks now. So, yeah. But we're getting there. It's looking good. It feels good to have like a nice, stable build again. Instead of the jank that we've been dealing with recently. Okay, I'm just going to test it, make sure it runs, make sure there's no issues. Yeah, it's really cool. We're getting pretty close to having a video game on our hands here. Kind of crazy. What was that weird flickering? There's one thing you don't want to see, it's weird flickering. Oh my god, I'm getting weird lags too. That's probably my PC more than the build. But yeah, everything seems to be working real nice. Getting some pretty solid frame rates too. Quite excited to see what sort of frame rates I get off stream, because they're always a lot better. Okay, seems to be working. I'm going to upload this build. I will test it again off stream. Make sure everything's okay. And yeah, if you do play the build, please give me some feedback. Let me know if everything's working okay. There There we go. Version 0.5.5 is now available for download. Excellent. And I want to push this to the repository. What have I even done? I did the target relocation stuff, right? Target relocation refactor. And a bunch of other stuff that I can't even remember now. I did the ungifted added, I don't have to say, ungifted humans tracker, and I think I fixed some bugs maybe, like well, that was part of the target relocation thing. There was the fixed drum buff particles inside bug, something like that. Fixed rabbit labor code bug. Fixed receptive bears list bug. What else did I do? Anything? Oh, did I do that the UI stuff in this as well? What was that? No, I did that in the last update. Okay, if I did anything else, I can't remember what it is now. But yeah, this seems like a pretty solid build. Stable, relatively bug-free, lots of nice quality of life stuff going on, and yeah, it's pretty sweet. I don't think the lag spikes are anything to do with the build. I think it's probably OBS. Okay. Stage, commit, and push. Alright. Cool. Let's see if I can find somebody to raid. Automakes Games is live, dual wielded. Brewer is live, RSVP ASAP. Whoa, those look like some cool sprites RSVP is making. Hamster Hammer is live. We're spoiled for choice today. Who are we gonna raid? Well, it's gotta be one of the GameMaker fam. I think I just like the look of what's going on RSVP's stream, to be honest with you. Oh, I've got ads. Freaking ads, dude. Well, yeah, thanks for joining me today. Hope you enjoyed it. I've had a blast. Really happy with the progress. I'll be back again tomorrow to do a little bit more. Tomorrow might be a bit less exciting if I'm just doing the Delta time stuff, but hey, what you gonna do? Alright, here we go. Thanks again. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.